Aussie.
And that takes us through to the live stream, and it's Friday, and I don't know about you, long weekend for me, so yeehaw! Here's to not giving a shit. I mean, it's holidays are a weird thing because I'm a contractor, so I don't get paid if I don't go into work, but that's also, one of the things you factor into your contract rate. It's still a little bit hard to take when you don't get paid. But I'm a glass half full type of person. 3 days off. Yeah. So cheers to that. Wow, this is really food. This is actually, people, I'll wait till there's a few people on the stream. No disrespect to you if you're watching this back later, as some people do like to have a monologue going in the background while you're doing chores or stuff, but I'll get asked multiple times what I'm drinking. So I might wait for a while until there's a few people in the God, I'm still seeing. It's like, oh, I've got glitter on my laptop. No, those are tiny fucking shards of glass from where I broke a glass last night. God damn it. Abigail, alive. Are you a figment of your own imagination? I think, therefore I am, I think. So, yes, reality is a subjective concept. And my wordy, haven't us humans spent a lot of time over the centuries having arguments about the nature of reality and existence and what it is to be us? Maybe tonight's nerding out's about philosophy. Who knows? We're all a bunch of nerds, and we always find different things to nerd out about. In fact, usually more than one thing to nerd out about over the course of the evening, because, well, there are so many things to be nerdy about, really. So that's a thing we're gonna do, be nerdy. I don't even know, did I actually, miss anything significant in the news? The bullshit with Porter continues. We're going to have a big quarantine facility expanded in Australia for returning people. The Defence Minister had to apologise for calling her former staffer a lying cow when she came forward about being raped by another staffer. That is not a good look, is it? Really? Ugh, sexual assault in private schools. Yeah, I see a report. A handful of QAnon fuckwits showed up at the US Capitol, and the fucking stove started its buzzing, which I know that most people can't hear, but it really, really annoys me. Braylon, hello. Yes, let's hope the cream liqueur does not curdle tonight. Well, that was, where the testing came in handy. I worked out which one does not curdle. So that's a plus. I mean, ideally, maybe I shouldn't put the Wonder Foam in. Maybe I should just shake the shit out of it Yeah, maybe I should just shake the shit out of it. And I think I will actually put some ice in it. And if it fucks up, I'll do it again. And I'll just drink more drinks. Abigail, you signed up to a select few news sites. So depressing. You should go big fake Facebook news bubble. Yeah, the news is really fucking depressing. What's this ridiculous a Mardi Gras protest march? Yes. Rights protesters will march along Oxford Street. Oh, that's interesting. So there's actually going to be a queer protest at Oxford Street. Old school, yeah. Nice. Back to the old school thing of actually being a protest. And the actual Mardi Gras is going to be at the SCG rather than parading down the street. I just love this thing like, okay, everyone to be safe, Mardi Gras, you should only go to ticketed events with controlled numbers or have gatherings of up to 50 people at a time. Yeah, people are not going to pay attention to that health restrictions, honestly. Okay, I need to just step over and fucking hit this button so it stops. Braylon, you haven't been here on a Friday night. This is my cocktail making outfit for my YouTube cocktail channel. I'm looking professional from the top up anyway. You're going to see that, aren't we? So, yes, when I'm making cocktails for my YouTube channel, I decided this is how I'm going to dress with a white shirt and a tie and a vest. Professional. That's my look. I just decided. If you look at the YouTube channel, you'll see the first 6 videos I'm wearing a t-shirt or whatever, and then I did this, and then I decided this was the look. So Locust Trooper, you had job agency, man, they fucking suck and they should be illegal. They fucking suck. Megaleech, hello, good evening. Yes, so this is I'm going to be making cocktails tonight. We worked out I'm going to make the procrastination, the Chauncey, and a lemon meringue. I might even get the recipes ready, because I also want to give. I'm going to do something slightly different in the intro. I'm going to see if I can make the intro to the videos more attention-getting, giving people a reason to stay around. So I've got to try and get my energy up before I do them. But we shall see how that goes. So, procrastination cocktail. Okay, what the hell is H. Theoria procrastination? It's a beverage. Yeah. Fair enough. Back to the actual cocktail, the procrastination cocktail, which is gin, dry vermouth, limoncello, and green chartreuse. I think that's going to be really good. Those flavors sound really good. They describe it as a wet martini. Yeah, I guess so. A gin and vermouth. Yeah, I guess this actually is a variation on a wet martini. Oh, I'm actually really looking forward to making that. It sounds really good. Layla, hello. Oh, Braylon, you lady and you are both watching. Nice. Thank you for joining me. I really appreciate it. Now, the other one is on Punch Drink. What the fuck? Okay, Punch. And it has the slightly unusual name of the Chauncey because it's a really old cocktail. And it's a weird makeup. It's gin and cognac and whiskey and vermouth. That's really weird. And I did test make this last Friday night. It's pretty good. And it weirdly didn't taste like alcohol, and it was pure booze. But that is a real, if you don't know much about cocktails, that's a really unusual, and it's all equal parts. It's a really unusual collection of ingredients, particularly when you go gin, cognac, and whiskey. They normally don't go together, particularly not gin and whiskey. That is quite uncommon. And it was in the Waldorf Astoria bar book in the early 20th century. So it's a really old cocktail. There we go. Locust Trooper, the workers are so dumb and lazy they reject. Oh, man, I'm not joking. Those job agencies, they should be fucking illegal. They're a waste of money, and they screw over people who are looking for work. They screw over people who are on support payments. It's a ridiculous amount of taxpayer money goes down the toilet for those, and it's all to support fucking conservative ideology, and it's bullshit. And they should be gotten rid of. They're a fucking disaster. So glad I haven't had to use them in a long time. I can't stop seeing there are tiny, tiny shards of glass from the glass I broke last night, sort of across the front of my laptop. I think they're just waiting to sort of be a splinter get under my skin. I should actually do something. I know what I'll do. I might be able to pick them up with a wet paper towel. That might absorb them, because I'm really freaking paranoid that they're just going to be like splinters in my skin. All right. That's a theory I've come up with. A wet paper towel will work. I'm going to try that. I'm just going to grab a piece of paper towel. Not sure why I'm having problems with words, but I'll soldier on. Now, I just think this might pick them up and absorb them, these little shards that I can see. Just fucking lying in wait for me, they are. Shards of fucking glass. They're just tiny. And like I said, they're sparkling like glitter. They look quite attractive, but... Wow, my laptop's dirty. This thing just got really black. Oh, I don't know if you saw that. Lights might be making it flare out. Ugh. Not sure if that... Oh, yeah, I think it did. I think it did work. I think I'm a genius. All right. And now I'll wipe up the wetness from my laptop. Guess who should have... Yeah, you can probably see that. Guess who should have dusted his laptop more often? It's filthy. Filthy. Filthy, filthy, filthy. Filthy. Anyway. Yeah. Put that there. Jeff. It's not so much a term service. See, what we have here, when people are unemployed, you apply for unemployment benefits. You're also meant to look for work, unless you have, say, a disability that would stop you from looking for work. And that used to be managed by the government, which was a much better setup. And a while ago, the Conservatives said, oh, no, the private sector works much better. And they privatized and put it out to these agencies they call job seeker agencies. And they're supposed to help you get work. And they get taxpayer money to operate. And they're a fucking scam. And they're fucking terrible. Abigail, have I tried vacuuming my laptop? Not recently. Can help by removing the keyboard. This is not a laptop that lends itself to having a keyboard removed. Hell yes, Jeff. Privatizing anything fucking ruins it, in my opinion. In my youth, when I needed the support of the government, it was all still government run, and I was spoiled because these fucking job seeker agencies are terrible. They're really bad. Well, I've got tastings to do tonight because the package that I ordered the other night on the live stream arrived really quickly. I think I only ordered it a couple of days ago, and it showed up from the good folk at the Applewood Distillery in South Australia. I got a replacement Okar Gold and a couple of new things to try. I got this macadamia gin. This is called Mando. It's basically a Mandarin version of limoncello. And this, they just call Tropic. And it says, crafted from Polish Hill River wine. There's a German wine name that I can't pronounce. And fortified with unused spirit from our distillery, aromatized with oranges to create a vibrant tropical cousin to vermouth, otherwise known as Mistel. I'm going to taste test all of these. Safa, good evening. You've been at a packed Hungry Jack's. Okay. So they recommend, okay, that looks, oh, wow, what the? Tropic, orange juice, mezcal, Instafoam and shake it. Man, that sounds interesting. I have some oranges. I could juice some oranges. Man, that sounds interesting. Or a spritz, just this. Ooh, this and Mando and a white pet nut. Could also, because it's related to vermouth, but really different, I could try and make a version of like a Manhattan or something. But I'm going to taste test these. No, Braylon, I don't drink wine. I'm not a wine drinker. I do drink vermouth. Usually not straight, although I have some really nice vermouths that are very drinkable. I usually use vermouths in cocktails. I, as a rule, don't really like wine. Yes, I know, Safa, Mando kind of sounds like Mandalorian, doesn't it? But this predates the Mandalorian TV show. They've been making it longer than that. I think. I could be wrong. They might have named it after the Mandalorian. But I think they've been making it for longer than the Mandalorian show has been on. So, yes, 3 new things that I'm going to try. They got this fucking wax seal on this, and I can never go. I've got a little knife here.
That's not a knife. This is a knife.
And I'm going to hurt myself. I can just fucking see it. Is that like a trooper? The agencies put you with employer. Oh, yeah, that rip you off. Yeah, absolutely. Fucking yes. Yes. So for what flavor does what taste like is my question. Because I mentioned 3 drinks, so I don't know which one you're asking about. I'm going to break this seal so I can open the bottle and really hope not to stab myself. My worry is I'm going to slip and stab myself. Mando drink should taste like mandarin. Ooh, that was a satisfying pop. Fuck, it smells like macadamia. I mean, it smells like gin too, but it actually smells like macadamia. That's interesting. Now, these all come from the Applewood Distillery, and I like follow live streams from. They have a guy who's a brand ambassador. Henry has done some very good live streams in the past that I, particularly during lockdown. And really enjoyed his live streams. And the Applewood Distillery late last year brought out these 3 limited edition gins with Australian native botanicals as like the hero flavor. There's this one, the macadamia. It's one called, I think, Desert Plum. And the other one is a lemon something. I could just fucking look. Jeff, I'm a mad scientist hobbyist. Never worked in a bar, never had training. Just got really into making cocktails in the last couple of years. So Applewood brought out lemon aspen. That was it. So it's Kakadu plum, lemon aspen, and macadamia. And also last year they brought out 2 other limited editions, Bush apple and Muntry. So those are like native, the hero flavors in those gins, native fruits and herbs. Applewood are very into sustainability and promoting native Australian flavors. There you go. I got this fucking wax off. There. That's a relief. Yeah, but Henry said on one of the live streams of the recent limited editions, he thought the macadamia was the best, so I got it. Oh, Locust Trooper, those agencies didn't exist when I had to get help. It was the government. Government was fine. Back in my day, there were 2 departments. The Department of Social Security, DSS, that just processed your dole payments, and the CES, the Commonwealth Employment Service. They were the people who helped you find work. They were really motivated and good. And then some fucking clown, again, I don't know, could have been Labor, could have been Liberal Party, I don't remember who did it. They said, oh, we should amalgamate those departments. And because the DSS was just about processing payments, they were these sour, bitter people, whereas the CES were really positive and they were into helping people, and the 2 did not mix very well. And then the Liberals had the fantastic idea to just do away with the government agencies altogether and privatize it, which has been a fucking nightmare. Safa, no, I did not see that story about the accident. Driver overtook 7 cars and someone ended up in hospital and their cat's missing. Well, that's terrible. Now I'm going to smell these because I've broken the seal. Love that noise when the cock comes out. That's nice. I have a proper taste of these in a minute. What's Mando smell like? Because their limoncello is the best limoncello I've ever had. Smells really like mandarin. Very citrusy. I'm properly I'm just going to have this drink first, and then I'm going to taste those. I do not know what year all these things happened. Sure, Google could answer. It really happened. Yes, ads. We are unanimous. The job agencies are fucking terrible, and they should be banned. But both Labor and the Liberals seem to only be into, they think electorally, if you actually show that you care for people on benefits, it works against you, and they both suck on this front. But yes, those job agencies should be fucking banned. It should be brought back into the government. And the Liberals are just fucking Satan, essentially. Like that whole robo-debt thing was actually literally criminal, but it was just evil as fuck too. It's just like saying, hey, some of the most vulnerable people in the country, no one gives a shit about you. So if we fuck you over and we make it look like we're doing a good thing, everyone will love us. And it fucking worked for them. Ads, you had a coworker who's employed by a job agency, never got paid on time. They take 20% pay. Yeah, no, it's fucking bullshit. Absolutely. Jeff, you found Housos on Netflix. That's a gem. That is Housos is a very special show. The same people who made that they have a particular view of suburban Australia. Paulie calls that choco humor. Made a couple movies. The original show was called Fat Pizza. There's a Fat Pizza movie, possibly more than one Fat Pizza movies. What other series? They did Fat Pizza, they did House. I feel like there was a series between Fat Pizza and Housos. It's just about, comedy's about Australian suburban life. the struggle town suburbs, not the affluent suburbs. And was Swift and Shift the same people? Was that something else? Oh, Jeff, you've seen a little fat pizza. How's was amazing. How's was pretty fucking out there. So I've seen Angela White started in Fat Pizza. Australia's greatest porn star. No, okay, Swift and... okay, I thought there was another series. Nice, Jeff. If you want something, it's a bit tamer than Housos, but I think it's really funny. Another one about suburban Australian life. Kath and Kim. I think that show's fucking hilarious. It's on Netflix, I think. It is, oh my God, they are such misfits. They're wonderful. The characters in Kath and Kim are just great. Yeah, it's a little bit less full on than Housos, but I still think it's funny. And actually, if you want, like, you get those drama comedies that they call dramedies. There is quite a good one that I think you can also get on Netflix in the US is called Rake. It's a story about a solicitor, a lawyer that has... he's like, he might, have his heart in the right place, but he's a terrible person. It's pretty good. Braylon, no, I don't do monthly subscriptions. I because I've been on YouTube forever, and I was actually one of the first people in Australia to get monetized. But then the whole monetizing thing became a real hassle, and all people were censoring themselves because they wanted to keep ads. And I thought, I'm not censoring myself, so I actually just demonetized my channels. I just appreciate your presence, Braylon. And basically, because, I have a job. No, Rake is not based on Christian Porter. That Rake is very loosely inspired by a guy called Charles Waterstreet, who was a horrible person, but is very loosely done by a real person. Jeff, if I'm being creative, get paid. Man, I can't be bothered. See, I've got a day job. My day job pays really well. And I don't want to run ads on my YouTube stuff. I just want to have fun. I thank you for your support, though, Jeff. Who is this? Oh, fucking DHL. Sorry, I've got a package coming from England. Yep, thought it would be. Okay, how much tax am I getting hit for on this booze? Okay, that is way less bad than I thought it would be. I have to pay like $130 on this booze I'm getting from the UK. I fucking knew it would. It was a lot. It was so much cheaper than local because the Australian taxes weren't. That is actually not that bad. Safa, I've never heard of the dude. I thought it was AIDSy, Safa. I thought it was going to be AIDSy. I thought we were getting AIDSy, but no. Right, I'm just going to fix this before I forget because I want this booze. Probably need my credit card. What the fuck? Yes, duty on alcohol. Yes, payment, tax. Make a payment. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just going to do this because I'll forget otherwise. Gotta put my email address in. And my gmail.com. Okay, click to pay securely. Hopefully they let me pay on PayPal. I'd rather it be PayPal than my It's my PayPal. Yes. PayPal. Let's do it. No need to enter my password. Thank you. Man, I've spent so much money on booze this week. I haven't bought any for a little while. And so I bought a fuck ton this week. Jeff, what are the views on marijuana in Australia? Very limited medical has happened. So I think we're going to follow a few years behind the US. Like in the US, you're on the verge of it being legal recreationally at a federal level. We'll follow when that happens. Successful payment. Fucking yeah. All right. So I think that booze is already in Melbourne, so I might get it early next week. Yeah. Yes. I think we're a few years behind, Jeff. There is trials of medical marijuana in Australia. And, that's how it happened in the US. There were trials of medical marijuana. Then it was available on prescription. And then the whole prescription thing became a bit of a joke. You could just get it. And states progressively started legalizing it. And I think you're right on the cusp of it being legalized or decriminalized. No, it's legalized because it's going to be regulated federally. And I think Australia is just going to follow a few years behind you. Then the interesting thing is hallucinogens. There are a lot of people who think hallucinogens have very strong prospects in mental health treatment. That's going to be a longer road. I personally look forward to the day where I trip the fuck out on DMT to help my dementia, which is doubtless on its way. Yes, ads. We have had a week in Australian politics with the Liberal Party and really mishandling rape allegations. Who fucking knows what's going to happen? Braylon, you reckon Texas will be the last to legalize it in the US? You may well be right. See, this would be interesting because there was a little bit of tension, particularly in the early days of the Trump administration, with that weird little garden gnome that he originally had as his attorney general, Jeff Sessions. When more and more states were legalizing marijuana, Sessions wanted to prosecute them federally, and he had to get talked out of it, or he got sacked eventually. But what would happen if it flipped the other way? If the Biden administration legalizes marijuana at a federal level, and there are some states who still want to declare it illegal, because you can do that because there are states in the US that have super fucking weird alcohol laws. Like I never understood Smokey and the Bandit as a kid. Yes, that's how old I am. Smokey and the Bandit actually came out when I was a kid, not before I was born. The whole thing about a truck trying to get a truckload of booze between states, and that's illegal. Like, why is that illegal? Because different states have different liquor licensing laws, and it was weird. I never understood it at the time because in Australia the rules are relatively uniform, and you certainly don't get trucks running alcohol between states. Then you could get that with marijuana. If it's legal federally, states could still have restrictions locally. Be weird. What do I think of the poverty problem, millennials, 30s? Because oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, it was bad enough for Gen X, but it's gone so far fucking downhill for millennials. And fucking Zoomers have got climate change staring them down the fucking throat as well. Jeff, in Illinois last election, some conservatives wanted to make it illegal again. That's interesting. It's made recreationally legal in Jan 2020. They got shut down. Yeah, you can't put that genie back in the bottle. I have to admit, if and when I ever go back to the States, I am fucking visiting states that have legal marijuana. And I'm going to get fucked up on edibles. Probably live stream while fucked up on edibles. Because I don't smoke anything. So smoking marijuana would be difficult for me. But now they have all the edibles. I think I'd do live streams while fucked up on edibles. Why not? Abigail's like, every movie, TV show with someone in medical debt about to die can't afford treatment. Yes. What's the issue? That's the joke. Like, I've seen that various times, like how Breaking Bad would have been a very short show in Canada or Australia. It's just like, Walter White gets told, oh yeah, you've got cancer. Well, we'll start treatment next month. Because there's a limit to how much you can pay for healthcare in Australia. So yeah. Yes, Jeff, you're shooting an event in Saturday in Illinois, completely legal. Please, Jeff. So if that's going up, if that's either live or going up on YouTube, please send me a link. Angry Aussie. The easiest way is probably Angry Aussie on Twitter. I would like to see it. I would very much like to see it. If you can send me a link to where I'd be able to see that, that would be cool. Yes, Braylon, you want to be in a good state of mind. In my misspent youth, I do remember one party where I'm like, I was very conscious of, I am just barely on the right side of a good time. Like, I am so fucked up. If this just went, like you're tap dancing on, I was like tap dancing on a cliff or the edge of a glacier, and it would have been so easy to go over the edge into a real fucking bad time. I was very conscious of how close I was to a bad time. You shoot racing videos. Nice. Hellion, hello, Kirsten. Look what I got, Kirsten. Macadamia gin. Mando. Tropic. I also got a refill of Okar Gold. Big delivery from Applewood today. And I have not tasted these yet. I'm about to. I'm just finishing my beverage. And then, you're just here to say hello. You having a nice time yourself. Thank you for dropping in to say hello. Anyway, Kirsten. You've got fun times this evening, I assume? Okay. I'm gonna get some. I think I want this stuff on ice. I'm going to get some shot glasses and put a little bit of ice in each. And this is just to have a taste, not to have a proper drink, and then think what to do with them. Locust Trooper, you think it'll ever be better for millennials? Dude, I do not fucking know. I mean, this ridiculous phase of, for the majority of people, getting ahead by working and stuff is just not true. Like, the only way to get your own home is if your parents die. That wasn't the case in the past. Abigail wants some Archie Rose vodka. Oh, look, Abigail, maybe because I need some... Abigail, by the way, is my technical consultant. She built a PC for me recently. Maybe because I need some technical help again. Maybe get you to teach me OBS as well. I might tempt you with a bottle of vodka. Ads, if they bring back the diet pills with speed in them, with them, I spit it. Man, if I could get a doctor to prescribe me Duramine, fuck yeah. Man, it's a long time since I had that. I don't know if they even still prescribe it. But yeah, I had that years ago. That is good shit. My God. That, like, they were saying, like, one pill a day, these tiny little pills, that's just fucking speed. And yeah, the doctors like take it before 10 a.m. And I really learned, if you don't take it before 10 a.m., don't take it, because you're not sleeping that night if you don't. In fact, I got the stage where I was only taking them every second day, which is good because that made the prescription last longer, because they were so strong. They were a really good appetite suppressant because they were goddamn amphetamines. And doctors were really iffy about prescribing them to you because apparently quite addictive. Okay, Abigail, solid. We're making a date for that. That's okay. Like, don't worry, man. Braylon, see, when I started, YouTube's fucking weird with live streaming. There was a period where it was really easy Then they changed and it was hard. Then they made it easy again. Then they made it fucking hard again. And you had to use a third-party thing. And I'll look up OBS. And OBS just confused the shit out of me because I'm old and don't like learning new things. I picked up this thing called StreamYard. And it's so easy. It's so fucking easy. It's great. But it can't do all the things OBS can do. So Abigail was going to teach me how to use OBS. One thing I'd like is if all the comments, that's what I always see on Twitch, people having things with all the comments coming up here, because I can stream to multiple platforms from StreamYard and I see all the comments, but the people on the different platforms don't see each other's comments. YouTube and Twitch and Facebook don't see each other's comments. So yes, so Abigail's going to teach me OBS and maybe help me tweak a couple things on the PC she built for me as well. I'm going to pay Abigail with vodka, apparently. So that seems responsible, doesn't it? Oh dear. I have to do it on a night you can come over for a live stream as well. That would be fun. Right, I'm going to get some shot glasses and taste these little beauties, and then I'm probably going to make a cocktail. But I'm going to taste these little beauties first. Just got to get some shot glasses. Okay, 3 shot glasses. Good party started. Andrew WK style. Does everyone know that song? Party Hard by Andrew WK? I was playing it to amp myself up a bit earlier. Okay, just want 3 little ice cubes. All right, that's it. 3 little ice cubes. That's all I want. All right. Trying to think what order I should do them in. I think the gin might be the most subtle of the 3. So I'll taste it first, so it doesn't get overpowered by the others. And then I think Tropic might be the next most subtle. Basically a vermouth. Oh, it's a very light orange color. It's quite nice. Abigail, accept payment in vodka or Starward whiskey, failing that cash. Oh, Jeff, okay. This is probably my maximum energy, honestly. I did amp myself up. I'm going to try and do a bit of energy for the opening of the YouTube video I'm going to record. I'm also thinking of, because I've got some relatively obscure spirits and liqueurs made in Australia in my collection. And most of the people, if I make cocktails with them on YouTube, most of the people won't be able to get the things I make. I'm thinking of doing a semi-regular series called You Can't Make This Cocktail, because I've got some really obscure limited edition Australian alcohol and anyone watching it won't be able to get a hold of it. And so I'm just going like, I'm just going to show you an interesting drink that you can't make. How this doing? All right, I'm going to have the gin first, the macadamia gin. Actually, maybe I need to cleanse my palate. I need to get a bit of water. Palate cleanser. All right. Some water. Locust Trooper, am I ever going to do gaming streaming? Maybe are you and me swearing? Yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, no, Braylon. I was looking, I couldn't find that. Thank you for the tip about changing my category on Twitch to just chatting. I fucking looked multiple times today and I could not see how to change that on Twitch. It was annoying the shit out of me. Ads, I think I have white Beanley rum. I've got the overproof, the fucking 75% Inner Circle. Beanley actually make, or it's made at the Beanley distillery anyway. What's the white rum I've got? Yeah, it's Beanley White. Beanley probably make the best white rum in Australia. So I've got Beanley White and I've got the Inner Circle 75% alcohol rum that's made at the Beanley distillery. All right, so macadamia. And actually, it smells like gin, but it smells a bit like macadamia too. That's what I thought, Abigail. It should be a straightforward thing, but I couldn't fucking find it. So annoying. Yeah, that fucking tastes like macadamia. It's got the juniper taste that's typical of gin. Oof. Macadamia, how do they recommend you have it? Macadamia gin, ruby grapefruit, muddler rosemary sprig, a honey syrup, and coconut cream and lime. Fuck that. A mac colada. Oh, I'm making that. Gin, grapefruit juice, muddler rosemary sprig. Mrs. Angry's got rosemary growing in the garden. Do a honey syrup, coconut cream, and lime juice. Jesus, that sounds good. Hey, Salumi, how are you? Braylon, yeah, it's basically a 151 rum because it's 75.9% alcohol. So that is over 151 proof. Yeah, Salumi, yes. This arrived got delivered today. But it's from your neck of the woods, Applewood from South Australia. One of their limited editions of macadamia gin. And it really tastes like macadamia, along with really, wow, it's so fucking easy it's terrifyingly easy to drink because some gins are a bit, oof. And this, you've definitely got the juniper taste typical of gin, but the macadamia's there. Alexander, yes, it's from Applewood. I got a big delivery from Applewood today. Yes, adds definitely to the Beanley Rum Distillery, Australia's oldest distillery. Jesus, I don't find all gins easy to drink. Jesus, this one is so easy to drink though. Yeah, Salumi, Applewood. It's actually combined winery distillery. The winery side is called Unico Zello, and the distillery is Applewood. So they make wines and they make liqueurs and they make gins. And I think they're working on their first. No, they did actually release their first whiskey last year, but it was a one-off. So yeah. All right, so this is the Orange Tropic, which is kind of like I should rinse my palate. Like an orange vermouth. So it's like this is a fortified wine. God, that's good. Ooh, I'm looking forward to making some stuff with this. How do they recommend you do this? Tropic orange juice and mezcal. God damn. Mezcal, that's a really interesting touch. If you've never had mezcal, it's like tequila's smokier cousin. It's like a subset of tequila. The agave, because tequila is an agave-based spirit, but with mezcal, the agave is roasted before it's distilled, so you get extra smokiness in there. Kind of like, smoked barbecue flavor in there. It's really good. Okay, I'm going to have to make something with this. Locust Trooper, no, I think Labor's going to get fucking creamed in the next election. Oh, I see you're asking 2025 in 2022. What will be interesting, Morrison deserves to go down because of how badly he's handled these cases of rape within the Liberal Party. And if he does, I think the Liberal Party's fucked because they'll put someone awful like Dutton in because they're in denial about his electoral poison. So yeah, Morrison deserves to go down something fierce. But if he's still PM, they are going to absolutely slaughter the Labor Party in the next election. Okay, another palate cleanser. Now, The Mando, basically the Mandarin version of limoncello. Oh my God, this is just like citrus zest coming off this. Oh my fucking God. That is so good. Like their limoncello is probably the best limoncello I've ever had. This stuff does not disappoint. I thought it would be good. Oh my God, that's good. Jesus. What alcohol percentage is that? Because it tastes like lolly water. I think it's high alcohol. Using the biggest and juiciest of all mandarins, the Decapon, we made this refreshing, vibrant liqueur from exclusively a Riverland citrus. Yeah, it's only 20% alcohol. Oh my God, it's so fucking sweet. It just tastes like lolly water. Jesus, I reckon this, just on ice cream. Oh, shit. Yeah, no. Alexander, getting Australian stuff shipped to the UK would be fucking thing. Yeah, sorry. So Mando's 20%. This vermouth or Mistel is what? That's 17%, which is kind of average for thing. But yeah, the gin's probably 40%. 43%. 43% for the gin. Oh, Alexander. See, I just had the fucking opposite, man. I ordered a bunch of, like a lot of booze from a UK outlet because it looked cheap, but I have to pay Australian taxes, and it's like $130 of Australian taxes, which is better than I thought it might have been. But hopefully I'll get that next week. So it's basically the same as buying it. But two of the things I bought, I just couldn't get locally. So it was still worth doing. Yeah. Oh, man, I reckon this, or the limoncello for that matter, just poured over ice cream would be fucking awesome. Ads, you want Dutton to become PM because he's a soulless piece of shit. Oh, no. If Dutton became PM, Labour would romp at him because Dutton is fucking Voldemort. And the thing is, he doesn't seem to realize it. He doesn't seem to realize how evil he is and how much he's electoral poison. So that'd be great. Yeah, so Alex, yeah, you definitely play VAT and import duty, additional 40%. Yeah. Excise on alcohol is so high in Australia. Like 2/3 of the price of alcohol in Australia is taxes. Oh, God, Braylon, don't fucking do my head in, man. Yes, every human you pass on a daily basis has their own intricate life going on. And you know when that really gets me, actually? If I'm ever out, like, in the middle of the fucking night, like, particularly if it's between, say, 2 and 4 a.m., when normal people are in bed, and you see, like, cars going and people going in at 4 a.m., why are they all out? What's their life? What's going on that they're out and about at 4 a.m.? That's when I really think about it. When it's unusual, it's like, man, what's going on with them that they're out and about at 4 a.m.? Yeah, you're absolutely right, Ads. No marketing spin will save Dutton, but somehow Scummo's got away with it. Locust Trooper, will Australia get sick of Scummo? They should have during the fucking bushfires when he fucked off to Hawaii. I'm hoping this rape scandal will do him in. Who knows? Musical Aviator, hello from Sydney. Oh, you're at the Opera House right now. Very nice. Very, very nice. It's a bit of a cliche, but I like the harbour, the Opera House, the Harbour Bridge. I think it's a very nice setting. I haven't been to Sydney for a few years, but whenever I go there, I always do the cliche shots. Ooh, I'm at the Opera House. Ooh, here's the harbour. Ooh, here's the Harbour Bridge. I always do that. I remember I was at Luna Park and I got this photo and it was like this is the ultimate Sydney cliche because I'm in Luna Park. There's the Harbour Bridge, and there's the Opera House, and there's ferries going past. This is the ultimate sort of Sydney cliche tourist photo. It's great. Right. Okay. This purchase, fucking winning. All right. I'm going to put these away because I'm not going to make cocktails with them tonight. I might next week. And I'm going to get ready to make a cocktail. Oh, nice. Abigail, you and Will are going to Sydney for the Easter weekend. Nice. Like a stripper, how did Scammer get popular? I do not fucking know, man. I do not fucking know. He should be the least popular person in the country for all the shit he's done, but he just refuses to accept responsibility for anything he's done, and he gets away with it. I don't understand it at all. Anyway, putting the new purchases away. Tropic is a big bottle, has to go on the top shelf. That goes with the gins. And Mando goes down here. Okay. Rock and roll. So now, getting ready to make the first cocktail. Arbitrarily shall be the procrastination cocktail. See, I don't want to put off making it. See what I did there? I'm not putting off making the procrastination cocktail. So I need gin, vermouth, limoncello, chartreuse. Okay, I'm torn. I'm thinking just because limoncello, I've got one gin that's really citrus forward and is really nice. I'm also kind of tempted. I've got an overproof gin. Like, it's not really Navy strength, but it's over 50%. I'm sure. Antho, hello. Welcome. I'm just about to start making cocktails, and you'll get to see the sausage being made. I'll edit it for YouTube, for my YouTube cocktail channel. But I'll let you watch while I do it, which looks stupid. Oh, Shieldsy, I don't want to fucking... Oh, God, for anyone who wasn't here last night, I was making a cocktail, and it involved shaking two separate parts of the cocktail. And so I made the first part with ice, and I've got my little shaker, and I'm going... a And, yes, naked fella, I'm making sausage cocktails. Why not? And so I made the first part, poured it into a glass, and then I went to make the second part, and there was a lot of condensation on the metal shaker, and I underestimated how slippery it was. And this was literally, I hadn't had any alcohol. This was the first drink I was making for the night. And the glass, a nice coupe glass, was just sitting in front of me here with the first bit, and I had the second bit, and I started shaking, and it just slipped straight out of my hand and smashed into the glass and smashed it. So I had glass and sticky liqueur everywhere. It was a fucking disaster. It was really fucked. And Ads, I'm with you. Who doesn't want to slap the shit-eating smirk off Scummo's face? Fuck, he's annoying. He's so... It's like, yeah, I don't think violence is really the answer, but the way he's just got the most punchable face is fucking entrapment as far as I'm concerned. All right. Cleanse la palate. The procrastination. So I need gin, vermouth, limoncello, and green chartreuse. Right. I'm going to put these pieces together and get myself into the zone to make people excited to watch me. Yes, Annette, I have the goth vest on. I'm not sure how much. It's got a really intricate brocade on it. I ordered this this is one of the several dozen things I bought during lockdown to cheer myself up. And it took a long time to arrive. I'd almost written it off, and then it suddenly arrived. So I think, and it's pretty good. And I think when I lose some weight, I'm going to order some more from this gothy site. It's weird because I bought it from... Anthopando. Sorry, shit, dude. If stuff gets deleted, it's not me. YouTube has some automatic filter on, and it's really fucking weird. You can... We found this out last night. You can say, like, fuck and cunt, and it won't get... But if you say cum, C-U-M, that will get deleted. It's not me, man. It is not me. It's fucking YouTube. Their filter is for shit, and I have no control over it. The brocade is quite nice. I think they call that the fleur de lis kind of thing. It's very nice. But they've got really over the top. And ever since I ordered this, like I ordered it off a Facebook ad, I get, oh, okay. How the hell did that work in it? Comedy come. I don't know why YouTube deletes some comments and not others. I don't know. Antho, you said scrotum. See? What the fuck? Yeah, big bad ads. This is casual Melbourne attire, definitely. And you're just going to play with the algorithm. Geez, I hope you don't get banned. I don't think it does that. Yeah, so ever since I bought this from a Facebook ad, I get super gay clothes advertising. And that's not a slur. That is just literally a lot of the clothing that gets advertised to me on Facebook now is super gay. And I mean, I'm completely okay with that. I'm completely on board. As these dudes like wearing caftans, but they're like bears. They're these huge hairy guys. And the middle bit of they're sitting there with their legs spread and the little bit of the caftan just over their crotch. It's fucking hilarious, some of the stuff I get advertised to me on Facebook. Oh, yeah. No, Antho, I'm with you. Equating scummo to a shriveled up scrotum. Definitely. Shieldsy, you're spending your stimulus money from the government on eBay. Fucking awesome, man. That is the thing to do. All right, I've got to set a couple of things up. So I'm going to use my citrus forward gin. Yeah, because it's limoncello. I think it's going to go well. So, okay. So I want gin, limoncello, and chartreuse. Okay. So, Teddy and the Fox. Put that in there. Limoncello. Okay, don't fucking fall off. I'm just worried I'm going to knock another bottle off and smash. I've never done that. First time for everything. Green chartreuse. That should be here. Should be here. There it is. It's staring me in the face. God damn. Because I've got so many bottles over there. Look, again, because there's a few folks who probably haven't seen it. It's in the background, but to show you my bottle collection, yeah, boy. Yeah. That's like doubled in size in the last year. I bought so much booze during lockdown. And I don't, yeah, again, people go, you have so much booze. You must be an alcoholic. I just use a little bit of all of them to make cocktails, so they last a long time. But the collection's like doubled in the last year. I also need vermouth. That's in the fridge. Because I'm a professional, you keep your vermouth in the fridge. Classic. Made an eye classic. All right. Yeah, I'm not sure what stimulus money Shields is talking about, Abigail. I don't have any stimulus money. See, that's the different ads in Queensland. Footy shorts and singlet, smart casual attire in Queensland. The weather. This was a long time ago. I went down to St Kilda Beach. I should specify for people who aren't familiar. In Queensland and Sydney, when they say beaches, they mean surf beaches. They're right on the coast, surf beaches. Melbourne, we are actually on a bay, so we don't get surf. But there are beaches, as in there's sand, and it's the ocean, but it's a bay, so there's no surf, but we still call them beaches because, it's sand going down to the ocean. Most famous is St Kilda Beach, which I used to live quite close to. I moved a couple suburbs away 4 years ago. But I did a YouTube video once just walking down St Kilda Beach, and I was wearing a black shirt, and I had all these people commenting like, the fuck are you doing wearing black to the beach? I wasn't even aware of it. Like in Melbourne, we just wear black all the time. And I wasn't even conscious of the fact I was wearing a black t-shirt at the beach. But everyone, particularly people from Queensland, are going, what the fuck are you doing wearing black to the beach? Oh, Shieldsy, you're on a disability pension, got $250 for no payment rise over the last 12 months. Well, dude, use it wisely. And by wisely, I mean have fucking fun with it. Yes. All right, so I've got the drinks. Got to get my shaker. Shake your money maker. I got some new glassware as well. I'm intrigued. What glassware do they recommend putting this in? A coupe. Look at these sexy new coupes I got. I'm really worried I'm going to break them. But so the look at this. That's a really sexy glass, isn't it? I got this just today. I think I'll use this. That is a very sexy glass. It's halfway between a coupe and a Nick and Nora, actually. It's very sexy. I'm using that. And it's really top heavy. Like it's got this really slender stem. This top bit, the cut glass, is really sturdy and like really wants to tip like that. I'm a little bit fucking paranoid, quite honestly. Right. Shaker drinks. I think it's got bitters as well, does it? No bitters. Okay. Cool. I like the sound of this cocktail. I think it's going to be good. So I've got to get. Oh, okay. I've got to make sure my video camera is actually set up right. Turn the other light on. No, that's the wrong bloody twisty thing. That one. I'm going to bounce the light rather than point it straight in my face. And sorry, I'll just keep up a commentary while I do this. I just realised I should have got this ready earlier and I didn't. Okay, got to delete that file because I've already used it. Go away. Okay. Sorry for the delay. I should have. Okay, image. Let's shoot this in 4K so you can see every goddamn blemish on my face. Why the fuck not? I think that might be right. Okay. Sorry for being off camera for so long. I hope you can still hear me. Right. Okay. That. Oh, no, that's right. Jesus. I got it right first time. All right. You can't see me. I'm up here. Oh, dear. What do I do here? Right. So, you get to see the unedited thing of me doing this, which I have been told several times is quite weird to watch. So if you've never watched me do this before, deep breath. It's a bit weird. Got to imagine I'm talking to people who aren't here. Got to get my audio recorder happening too. Right, I'm actually going to chill this. I'm going to put this in the freezer. Chill that. Right. Bits and pieces. Jigger. I need my jigger. It's over here. Just make sure it's okay. Rinse it a little bit. Bob's your auntie's live-in lover. Right. I like that, Abigail. Don't trust white men in suits and ties, but lust after women in suits and ties. Why not? Why not indeed? It is a good look on women. I really think so. All right, got my Ren and Stimpy tie happening. That's ready. Okay. What? The Muppet song always comes into my head when I'm getting ready to do something because it's time to start. It's time to get things started on the Muppet Show tonight. It's time to put on makeup. It's time to dress up right. Okay, here we go. Fucking fridge just started, but that's okay. G'day! Good God, I just off my game. Okay, try again. G'day, I forgot my own opening line. It's one of those things, you get it wrong once, you get it wrong 100 times. G'day, cocktail lovers. I hope you've been keeping well. Hope you're ready for another cocktail. Tonight's cocktail, or today's, depending when you're watching, it's going to be a very gin-focused cocktail. In fact, you could argue it's a variation on a wet martini. So for this one, you're going to want some gin. You're going to want some vermouth. And here's the special elements. We're going to have some limoncello, and we're going to have some green chartreuse, just a little bit. Now, here's a good one. If you ever wondered, should you have green chartreuse? I think you should, because it's really neat. This is just a little bit of it. I think it's going to be a really good cocktail. I haven't taste tested it. So go get those bottles, okay? If you don't have those bottles, go get them. If you have all those bottles, good on you. Get them ready. Click like and subscribe if you're not subscribed. Just to get ready. Now we're all ready. We've got the pieces. This cocktail is called the procrastination cocktail. And I do not know why. And I saw it and I really like the look of it. I thought I might do that later. No. You see what was going to happen there? I was going to procrastinate. So I'm making it right now. This is the procrastination cocktail. My energy levels up high enough there? All right. Got my cocktail shaker. Right. Where are the measurements? As I said, this is really a variation on a gin martini. So first up, the gin. I'm choosing a citrus forward gin. You can go with your gin of choice, particularly if there's one you like to use in martinis. But yeah, my tip is if you have a citrus forward one, I think that would be particularly good here. This comes from out on the Bellarine Peninsula, past Geelong, an hour or so out of Melbourne, from a distillery called the Whiskery. This is Bellarine Gin, Teddy and the Fox. It's really nice. And we are starting our cocktail with 2 ounces or 60 mils of gin. Because I'm going to get shit-faced on 2 ounces of gin. Now comes the vermouth, and we want to use a drier vermouth for this drink because we're going for the martini style. I'm using another Australian product, Maiden Eyes Classic Vermouth. This is one of their drier vermouths. They make a really good sweet vermouth as well, but just half an ounce because gin is the champion in this one. So we're doing half an ounce or 15 mils of vermouth. That's probably right. In you go. Now for the variations that make this the procrastination cocktail, starting with limoncello. Again, I'm using another Australian product. This is from the Applewood Distillery in South Australia. This is probably the best limoncello I've ever had. It's just like lemons and honey. Like seriously, just pour this over ice cream and just the best. But it's going in here and we are doing 3/4 of an ounce of limoncello. Bar spoon. I was just looking for my bar spoon. So is this stirred? This is stirred. The final touch is just about a bar spoon, around 5 mils, 1/6 of an ounce of green chartreuse. This is a very one-of-a-kind drink. There are a lot of herbal liqueurs out there. They all have their own things. This is a secret recipe going back to 1605. What is with all these monks and their booze? All these different herbal liqueurs. There are these monks and their secret recipes. I know how they were seeing God. I'm just saying. But yeah, so just a touch. I'm going to use a bar spoon, but around 5 mils or 1/6 of an ounce of green chartreuse. Now you get to see me try and break. Oh no, actually, I know what I'm going to do with ice. Actually, fuck it, I'm going to use wet ice. Ice I've been drinking out of. Put that in. Yep, fucking physics. You ever notice that? You drop a big bit of ice into something and fucking gives up. All right. And some small ice. This one. That will do. This is a shaken cock. No, stirred. What am I talking about? It's fucking stirred. Man, I just caught myself. No, food. Being all booze, this is a stirred cocktail. And although I did have a bar spoon out, I always managed to mess up with a bar spoon. So, Gaz Regan's magic finger comes to the fore. Going to stir this. So we want a little bit of dilution because it's all booze. But I didn't use anything. Oh, actually, chartreuse is 55%. Give it a good stir. Almost made a fool of myself. Get my glass out. And I got some new glassware today, which I think is really nice. I'm going to use that. This is a small coupe and just using a Hawthorne strainer because there's not going to be any small chips of ice in here because we're just stirring it, and strain that into our glass. And there we have, it's arguably a riff on a martini, the procrastination cocktail. Hey, let's not procrastinate tasting it. Oh, dad jokes. Okay, getting into the taste test, actually aroma-wise, it's very light. There's actually not that much aroma. A little bit of the herbal elements, bit of the citrus. Let's go. You know what I both like and is a little bit dangerous? When you get an all booze cocktail that seriously does not taste like it's all booze. It's nice and warm going down. This is basically a sweet, citrusy martini. So if you've never been a huge fan of martinis and maybe you want to work your way towards them, this one may well work for you. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I've gotten used to drinking this much booze, but this seems very easy to drink to me for a very boozy cocktail. Maybe just take little sips. Oh yeah, I could get behind this. In fact, next time, and I think there will be a next time I make one of these, I think I might try it with an overproof gin and see how that goes. But this generally is a really pleasant drink. And I definitely recommend you try it. I literally just stumbled across this when I was randomly going through lists of cocktails, and I thought the name Procrastination Cocktail was funny. And I was looking for ways to use limoncello, essentially. And this came up. Well worth trying. Yeah, if you want to expand your repertoire, if you're like me, this is not one you've had before, definitely worth giving a go. And limoncello can be a little bit difficult to find anything particularly innovative to do with it. This is a pretty good option. And would be very interested to hear if you try it yourself. And hey, if you're not already subscribed to the channel, it'd be great if you did. Click the little notification bell so you know when I upload videos, because I'm always exploring the slightly more obscure corners of the cocktail world, doing the occasional classic. But I really like finding stuff that is new to me, so is probably new to you as well. So I hope you can join me on this magical journey of getting lots of booze into you, because I'll be doing it again soon. And it'd be great if you were here as well. In the meantime, look after yourself, look after people around you. I hope to see you again soon. Until then, cheers. Did that seem sincere? I was trying to be sincere then. I just got to switch off the camera and the audio recorder. I forgot to turn on the ring light. I'm a fucking clown. I'm going to turn it on now, just so I don't forget in the future. Ugh. Okay, now I've probably missed stuff. Okay, I'm going to put some stuff away so I don't have any unfortunate accidents. Put the chartreuse and the limiter away. And the gin. The gin goes over here. Gone from the Muppet Show to I Dream of Jeannie. I'm not altogether... Actually, I think I do know why. I was remembering Barney in The Simpsons when Homer was having sexual fantasies about Mindy. Oh, well, there we go. There we are. All right, let's go. What have I missed while I've been there? Limitless Imagineer. Bonjour. Oh. And then you come back to smashing sounds. It's just a spoon. Right, yeah. So, let's try and get this right. This is actually pretty good. So it's gin vermouth, which is a martini, and then added to it limoncello and just a splash of green chartreuse. So it's got a little bit of the sweetness and syrupiness from the limoncello. Oh, it's pretty fucking good, though. Ooh, who's that? Saw a comment from someone, and then it disappeared as well. Mark Miller on Twitch. Hello. Safa, what year is the Mindy episode? No, Simpsons wasn't on air in 84. Simpsons went on air in about 89? Mark Miller, do I ever get a boner? No. I have literally never had a boner my entire life. I don't even know what one is. I actually don't know what you're talking about. So I do get sexually excited, though, when I think of Barney from The Simpsons in an I Dream of Jeannie outfit. So there you go. Safi, you meant 94. I don't think it was as late as 94. I think it was a very early season. I don't know. Someone can look it up. I'm worried the little shards of glass will get my fingers if I go on my keyboard. I think I would like to try this because when I make a martini, I like to make a particularly dry martini. I think I'd like to try this another time with an overproof gin and probably even less vermouth, less limoncello, but the same amount of green chartreuse. So 2 to 2.5 ounces of gin, maybe 1/4 ounce of vermouth, 1/2 ounce or less of limoncello, and the 5 mils of green chartreuse. I think it would be better. Oh, yes, big bad ad, Stupid Sexy Flanders. Gets me. Safi, you looked it up. Thank you. That episode aired in 1993. But bam, you were pretty goddamn close with 94. You were pretty damn close to stuff. Oh, sorry, Mark Miller. I should tell you, most people actually watch me on YouTube. There's a dude on Twitch, and he's wondering who the fuck I'm talking to because he can't see the YouTube comments. Likewise, Mark, the YouTube people can't see the Twitch comments, which is why I was specifically mentioning that you were on Twitch. What's happening to my hands? I can't control them. Stop it. They have a mind of their own. Like an octopus. Octopus have brains in the end of their tentacles. I'm not even pissed yet. I'm already getting weird. This is getting weird. So the next one I'm going to make, Oh, you know what? I should make the fucking lemon meringue next because it's fucking fiddly. And if I wait till I'm drunk, I will fuck it up. Probably fuck it up anyway. Mark, my YouTube is Angry Aussie, so it's pretty easy. Yes, she was like, feels like nothing at all. Feels like nothing at all. I don't know, Annette. Is it a full moon? I'm getting a bit weird tonight. Fucking speaking of which, I don't know if anyone's up for Angry Bunch tonight. No one's mentioned it. Silly me, octopuses punch fish out of spite. Also, two things about octopuses. They're frighteningly intelligent. They are really good problem solvers. They can get out of almost anything. And that camouflage thing they do, the camouflage certain octopi and certain cuttlefish does, where they instantly change and camouflage. See, you may think the thing about chameleons and camouflage is amazing. Chameleons do not change their color to camouflage like we thought they did. They change their color very slowly, and it's mostly about their mood. But certain octopi and cuttlefish can change instantly, and that freaks me out. How the fuck did they do it? Okay, Abigail's up for Angry Bunch. Angry Bunch. Okay, here is the link. I'm copying it. We should do Angry Bunch because it's Friday night and we should be having a good time. Abigail, you're going house hunting early tomorrow. I don't. Annette, you can leave anytime you want. I'm not going to impose on you. But K1 doesn't care. Shaking your damn head. In Australia, we have one of the major newspapers in Sydney is the Sydney Morning Herald, SMH. And whenever people refer to SMH online and they're talking about the Sydney Morning Herald, I always see it as shaking my head. And it's funny. Stupid Sexy Abigail. Yes.
Hello. Someone mentioned women in ties, so I thought I'd dress up for tonight.
Absolutely. It's
How's it
sexy
going?
time. How are you this evening?
I'm okay, yeah.
Good.
I had
Good.
a nana nap desperately needed because I've been getting some really shit sleep lately thanks to some really bad chronic pain. But I managed to have like a good 5-6 hour nap during the day today, and I feel almost refreshed.
Nice. I was thinking because Kirsten's going to be back in Melbourne in 2 weeks. And she was saying maybe Saturday afternoon. So Saturday in 2 weeks is my date night. But we could do a thing in the afternoon, like going to the whiskey bar and maybe somewhere else. And then I could meet Mrs. Angry in the city for a date later in the evening. And
sure.
That could be fun. But so pencil that in. We might be doing because we definitely have to do that whiskey
date?
bar. So that
the 20th?
I could be wrong, but I think it's Saturday the 20th. Kirsten's off. She dropped in to say hello, and I don't know. She has things happening with her husband from the sounds of it, so she's left us. So whatever. But she said she might be free on this. Yeah, I know, right? If I got it right, it's Saturday in 2 weeks. Husbands, yeah. Who wants that?
Cool. It is penciled in.
Yeah. So
thank you, Safa.
Depending. It is. You are looking very nice, Abigail. Definitely.
And I've got because you got that pin, and I know you've said what that pin that you wear is, but I can't remember. So I thought I'd join you. This is
what
this. Okay, so this pin. You're aware of honor societies in the US. They're a big thing in the US. Well, this is from an Australian honor society called Golden Key, which I am a member of.
Okay, cool. This Kirsten got me when my first big order from Starwood.
That's right.
when Kirsten was still working there. This is a Starward badge. It's got their logo and it says Starward Whiskey Elementally Matured. So,
Which is the greatest like marketing
it's a
term,
weird
like nonsense
ambiguous-
word ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I love it. Safa's response to us penciling something in. I don't remember the last time I wrote with a pencil. Yeah, it's one of those phrases. What it means,
Well,
of course, is you can rub it out.
things. Yes, I do art things, so I use pencils all the time.
I'm
In fact,
definitely
I probably
going
use them more than pens, because usually if I'm writing with a pen, it's either in a notebook and I'm like just making
Yeah.
notes, or I'm typing it on a computer.
I love writing with the wet ink pens as opposed to drying pens.
Yep.
I stole a fuck ton of them from a job a couple of years ago because I'm a contractor, so I move jobs reasonably often.
Yeah.
Like usually 6 months. Current one is coming up. Jesus, even if they don't extend me, it'll be 18 months, but they've already started saying they want to extend me, which will end up making this the longest contract I've ever done. But a couple of years ago, this one had really high-end pens. So when I knew I was going to be leaving, like a couple of weeks, I didn't do it on the last day because that's too obvious. A couple of weeks before I left, I stole a fuck ton of pens from stationery. I've still got a lot of them. They're how I used to amuse myself when I was, because a lot of my job I have to think, and I need to do weird stuff to be able to think. And one thing I do is with these wet ink pens, make a really big blob on paper and then drip water on it and watch the capillation of the water spreading out and dragging the ink. The capillary action.
Yeah.
And that is really peaceful to me. I'll make a really heavy blob of ink with the pen and then drip water on it and watch it sort of spread out with the capillary action on paper.
Try that with different colored inks, of course, is the big one.
Yes.
But very like spirits, like methylated spirits or propanol or something.
Yeah.
Try
well,
that. Because the different surface tension leads itself to different capillary action. So
I could do that at home, but I couldn't really do that in the like. I would do blobs and I would do circles, like and because with these pens they come in blue, black, and red, and so I'd do a circle in red, and then I'd do a circle in blue and a circle in black and red, and do a thing, and then drop in the middle of it and watch it go blue.
Yeah,
and
that's cool.
It was really mentally liberating for me. I think it made people think I was weird as fuck in the workplace.
Well, I used so Lumi mentioned fountain pens. I used a fountain pen in high school because I wasn't bullied enough, and I ended up dropping it right on the nib, and I couldn't afford a new one, and it made me very sad. Yeah. But I loved my fountain pen. It was great.
Yeah.
I wish I had one now, but I don't really use pens often.
Yeah. Like Aidsy's got a really expensive fountain pen that he just does stuff in occasionally to feel special.
Yeah, and like getting different nibs for your fountain pen for like really good calligraphy is just great. It can really write some beautiful things with them.
Yeah. Annette knows how to write with a fountain pen. See, I never used a fountain pen. I just use those nice stationary pens that have wet ink.
Yep.
The other thing I do, I haven't had to do it because I've been working from home for like a fucking year now, which absolutely does my head in that I've been getting paid to stay at home for a year. But my whole team has been like, we've been so much more productive working from home than from the office,
because you don't have to deal with the office bullshit. Like I can't stand office bullshit. It's just bullshit.
Yep. We catch up every morning. Every morning we have the online catch up, and we just go like, and depending on some days we're very businesslike and like I have to do that and that. Fridays is kind of like bitching day. The Friday morning meeting tends to go really long, where it's just like, and this person is a moron for this reason. And
Do you
this
use
part of
Slack as well?
No, we just use like we use MS Teams, Microsoft Teams, whatnot.
Oh, Teams is the worst.
Yeah, but we can do voice chat, and we stopped using cameras about like 2 weeks into the lockdown. We're just like, no, fuck it, because I made the mistake one morning of because I use a laptop. They gave me a laptop at work. I accidentally had the laptop open, and I hadn't had a shower and was just wearing a dressing gown, and I was the only one who had a camera on. And the way Microsoft Teams works is if you're the only one who has a camera on, you're full screen on everyone else's screen. And I just clicked join, and I'm there, and I'm wearing this fluffy dressing gown and full screen, and everyone laughed, and I just went, "Oh, awesome," and switched off. And that was like 10 months ago. And they have not let me live it down. Literally every conversation we have is, Andrew's going to show up in his smoking jacket in another meeting.
Oh, that's great.
It is.
So I'm in a part of the Fitzroy Learning Network here. There's a knitting and crochet class, and I teach the crochet class. And we're getting back to in-person classes, but we also have this giant TV set up for Zoom if people want to Zoom in the room with us. And someone like Zoomed in today, and they were on this giant TV, and it was fine. And I'm just sitting back crocheting, whatever, and they logged out, and suddenly my face is like giant on this TV, and I'm like, oh. Yeah, I'm going to move seats now. Yeah.
The other thing that's a running joke is my booze supply, because the boss said at some point, because you have a little icon that represents you in online meetings if you don't have your camera on, and everyone had the default was you had an ID photo taken when you started, and that was your default thing, but you can change it. And the boss just went, nah, screw it, have fun. Grasshopper is gonna join us.
Grasshopper.
I don't. Yeah.
Hey, Shannon, we are Will and I are super excited for Shanlan.
We are super excited to be having you guys up. We really are.
Yeah.
Are you actually doing it? Yeah.
I'm doing it. I booked the plane tickets and everything.
Fuck yeah.
It's happening. Yeah.
Abigail,
And this is Will's first time on a plane and leaving the state. So he's super excited. I might take a day and just take him out to see the touristy things like the opera house and stuff. But
Absolutely.
I've got plans to bring my desktop on check-in luggage.
Oh my god!
Securing it. I'm gonna get a hard shell suitcase and bring my laptop and maybe my monitor. I've got a giant monitor, so I don't think I'll be able to fit that.
But
I've got a 27-inch 1080p here that you can use no problem. So.
Ooh, 1080p. That's slumming it a bit.
I know.
I know. I don't expect I'll bring everything I need, and I don't expect.
The only other monitor that I got that's higher than 1080p is my personal monitor, and as much as I love you, darling, I'm using my monitor.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Will might need a monitor because he's only got a shitty, an ancient 16. Oh, sorry, what's the old ones, the non-widescreen?
Oh, just the basic LCD panel. Yeah.
Yeah, and his TV. He uses his TV because it's high def, but he can't bring that on the plane. So
I just feel like this is the shitty laptop they gave me for work, right? So it's a really little Dell, but I've got you can see the monitor I've got back there, which I bought myself. But I also want to point out, it was such an old thing. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. the T, I don't know why it's the T, but it's worn down. Like the black's been worn down off the T.
Oh
Like,
wow!
someone had used it for so long, they've actually worn off the black
Yeah,
on one of the
4x3
keys.
thinks so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm also bringing my laptop as well. It's an old
cool.
gaming laptop. It's like 4 years
Mm.
old, but it's still like pretty good. Like
Ugh.
it'll run lots. It's got a dedicated graphics card in this laptop. It's great.
Nice.
So I'll bring both.
Yeah. Most of what we play is old school games anyway, because we find them to be more enjoyable than most of the newer games that are out
Yep.
there.
Mm.
So
Is it just going to be first person shooters, or can we
No,
play some long term strategy games or real time
we're
strategy or
open.
even turn based?
We're open to
Um,
basically everything.
Artemis, Starship Bridge Simulator.
Okay.
I'm gonna suggest that if
Okay.
I can,
Okay.
because it's
course.
so much fun. Because I don't know if you know about it. It's basically if it simulates. It's a multiplayer. It has to be multiplayer, and it simulates the bridge of a starship, and like one person's on navigation, one person's on engineering, one person's on comms, and then there's a captain who just has to talk to everyone and issue orders. And it's like there's a Star Trek version as well in VR, which I
Played
also have.
Played that.
That's a really great game too. I'll bring my VR headset as well. That'll be fun.
No, what we generally what happens at my lands is like everybody will hop in for, say, Call of Duty 2 is one of our staples,
Okay.
and we'll do a round of capture the flag, as opposed to like just full on mincemeat deathmatch type thing, and
Yep.
we find that to be more enjoyable because it's not about who shoots who first. It's about trying to get that flag and all of that sort of stuff.
Sure.
So we'll do that, say, for 5 captures or 6 captures of the flag or whatever it is, and then
Okay.
as soon as that's finished, everybody then goes outside to have a smoke and turns around and goes, "You shot me in the back of the head, you son of a bitch!" when I was lining up, and we stand around and basically yell and scream at each other for a while, and then we come back in and have another
Sure.
couple of games. But there's good lengths of time where not everybody is going to be able to play for whatever reasons. So 2 people will be off
Yep.
playing this game, 2 people will be off playing that game. These people will be over here talking about that. These people will be over there talking about the other, and
Yep.
make it more sociable.
Cool.
And then we get back into it as a group, and so we try to make it as lighthearted as possible, not this hardcore sit in
Yep.
front of your PC, play this and do this.
Awesome. That sounds really good. That sounds great.
It's lots of fun.
Yeah,
You're
and,
welcome to come up if you want, Angry.
Actually, it would be fun, but
You should.
I know
Yeah.
it's going to happen.
It's shaping up to be, because I haven't been to a LAN party in ages, like over a decade, because everything's online now.
Yes.
And yeah.
Yeah,
So-
what you were saying about people playing the different roles in the ship, it reminded me of, I've seen the stories because Disney owns Star Wars now. Disneyland has a Star Wars section, and apparently there's a ride you can get on. It's the Millennium Falcon, and there's the pilot and the navigator and the gunner.
Yep.
And it's apparently it's full on, and it's really good.
The best.
You each have to
Okay.
do different things, yeah.
The best
the
VR title.
thing with the Millennium Falcon is that it's a tiny, tiny ship. It's not really a starship. It's more of a
It's like 4 people. It's like pilot,
whereas the starship
navigator,
is
and 2 gunners.
huge, and like the tactical position is not pew 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 pew. It's more like target this ship, fire phases, and the ship does it. So
I think
it's like it's a capital ship.
I think that's why the Defiant is my favorite starship in Star Trek.
Yeah. Even the Defiant is like 10 times the size of the Millennium Falcon. Like the Defiant is huge compared. It's like 5 decks and much bigger. But yeah, I love the Defiant. The Defiant is a great ship.
Especially considering that finally the Federation cloaks rather.
Yeah. Well, they have a Romulan cloaking device on the Defiant. but it got destroyed, and then the Sao Paulo, which was then renamed the Defiant, didn't have a cloaking device at all.
Mega. Only one night of one of my lands ended in an orgy, and I asked you to tell anybody about that. Safa, what
Oh,
about me?
yeah.
Only 5 hours and 30 minutes drive for me. Sorry, Safa, I don't know you. I need to actually have a conversation with you like I have with Abigail Angry. So, Shieldsy, last time I was at a LAN was 12 to 13 years ago. Best one was the one that went for 30 hours non-stop. So my LAN starts on the Friday, Shieldsy, and goes through to the Monday. So yeah, lots of fun
Yeah.
time.
It
Darth
reminds
Maul's,
me.
sorry, Safa also says the Darth Maul's ship is awesome.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
yeah, it's a pretty cool ship.
My
But if I want to do small craft fighting, dog fighting type of thing, I play Elite Dangerous.
yeah.
There's
See,
quite a few people that are coming to the land that play Elite Dangerous, so I'm sure that you guys could geek out on that one.
Yeah, awesome.
Whenever you think of lands,
I'll bring
I think
my
about the
HOTAS then.
legendary photo from the 90s with the guy duct taped to the ceiling.
Yeah.
And he's still playing. They've so he had enough space. His computer was on an elevated thing, and he's duct taped to the ceiling. And it's just like,
That's
yeah,
so good.
The kind of things that we've had to pull off to fit people in at lands has been absolutely insane. When I was living at with two of my other mates in this tiny little 3-bedroom apartment out in the back of the boonies, we literally had to pull everything that was in our living room out of our living room and put it outside on the back patio, cover it with tarps so that everybody would be able to bring in tables and their computers to fit inside of the living room. But we still had too many people, so we had 4 people also set up in the kitchen and 3 people in each of the 3 rooms in order to be able to play the games. And there's Cat5 cables everywhere, and just it was an absolute nightmare to get it set up, but it was so good. It's so good.
It's more about the camaraderie and the social aspect than the game, because anyone can game on the internet nowadays. So
yeah, it is a thing as well. We the reason why they got named Shanlands is because it kind of became the thing to do it on my birthday weekend, because my birthday's on the 27th of April, and you've always got Anzac Day, and there's usually a long weekend around there somewhere. So that just became a good time to do it, because most of the people that I know, while we have respect for the armed services and all of that, we don't respect the wars in and of themselves, if that makes sense. So
that makes perfect sense.
We respect the diggers, we respect the people who are in the armed forces, but we don't want to go off to the marches and all of those sorts of different things. So it was just a good way to kind of have a quiet weekend. But now it's turned more into this annual thing that my friends are like, okay, so I've got to make sure that I've got this time off work in order to be able to attend Chanlan. And they'll organize everything else around that as well, which is just absolutely fantastic. And as I was saying to you the other night, I've got a friend of mine that lives down in Melbourne who usually drives up for the LAN. I got 2 friends from Queensland who always come down for the LAN. A couple of years ago, I had a guy come over from Perth for the LAN. So it's this great thing. And everyone that I know, everyone that I choose to associate with would be the better way to say it. All of us are fiercely LGBTQI positive. We're all fiercely trans positive. We're all fiercely left-wing leaning, politically speaking. So there's none of that like what Grant was trying to do the other night, where he was trying to dress up his bullshit as this, I want to have a fair and open conversation.
But used all the conservative talking points.
Absolutely. And then decided to sulk, when basically, no matter what I said to him, no matter what you said to him, no matter what anybody else in that stream said to him, he was still like, no, but you don't understand. No, that's not what I said. No. And then finally, after cutting fucking angry
despite
off
the fact
times,
that those were exactly what he was saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then, like, basically Angry comes in and it's like, here's the worst case scenario of what it is that you're talking about. And then he's like, that's not what I said. And then he starts talking over Angry, and Angry just fucking blew up at him. It was beautiful, by the way, Angry.
Yep.
And
Read the
apparently
riot act. Yep.
He's not coming back just because I screamed "shut the fuck up" for 30 seconds at him. So
What a
weak,
crybaby.
weak. It's like your bloodline is weak. Your children will not survive the winter.
Shieldsy. So we did used to constantly trip the circuit breaker many years ago, and it was getting to be very annoying. But I'm very, very lucky in that one of my friends is a electrician by trade, and he ran an entire
Three-phase
new
power?
circuit. Yeah.
Yep,
And
awesome.
he ran an entire new circuit just for my garage, because at this where we live here, we've got a 4-car garage attached to the actual house itself. So we just move everything that's in that garage out of there and then set up all of the computers in there. So everybody could fit in there. We've had up to 40 people. So we could fit quite a few people in. And with the new circuit that he ran, 40 PCs plus 5 laptops, and it didn't trip. So it's
Nice.
pretty damn good.
Wow. What about the power belt?
So that always hurts. That
Yeah.
always hurts.
Do you
But
ask? Do you ask for contributions? Like, can we contribute to power?
no.
Oh, God.
It's my birthday present to myself.
Okay.
Safa, it sounds like a big house. Kind of. So we live on 1 acre. Most people around New South Wales, Melbourne, etc., they're on 1/4 acre, or a bit smaller, or a bit bigger. But we're on 1 acre. The house, including the 4-car garage, from end to end, is 55 meters. But in terms of width, it's not that much. So we've still only got 3 bedrooms plus the office, which is what I'm in now, and your kitchen, your dining room, your lounge room, and bathrooms, and all of that sort of stuff. So it's no bigger. Like, it's longer than most houses, but it's not bigger than most houses. It's just the garage that I'm able to do it in, which is really good. But we're
Is
in
it
the
going to be
process.
cold in the garage?
It can get a little bit chilly out there, but
Okay.
when you've got 30-something odd PCs running inside the garages, we leave.
It's very warm.
Fair
It's very
point.
warm.
The 2 biggest
Yeah.
problems that most people have at the LAN is, number 1, BO, and number 2
Yep.
is non-smokers versus smokers. So
Yeah.
Oh yes.
we
Because smoking is one of my ASPI triggers. It literally hurts my brain when I smell like direct cigarette smoke, and
Yeah.
it's really difficult, especially
So-
walking around the city and you walk past smokers and it's just and it
Well,
kills.
the left side of the garage, there's a big sliding door that goes out to the backyard, and that's open, and that's where all of the non-smokers sit. On the other side of the garage are 2 windows that are wide open, and the smokers are basically sat directly underneath those windows. And I generally have
Yep.
fans facing us, so that while we're having a smoke,
Blowing
it
the
pushes the
smoke.
smoke out the window.
Okay.
As opposed to
Sure.
filling up the garage, because the greatest majority of people that come aren't smokers. But even if everyone was, even as a smoker, nothing is worse than a smoker who doesn't follow some basic levels of fucking hygiene around this
Yep.
filthy habit. Like, all of my ashtrays have lids on them, which helps a bit. The window is always open, and I vacuum in here
Yep.
at least once a week, and clean off the
Okay.
table and all of that sort of stuff, and that helps greatly with that smell. I
Cool.
understand that it is a fucking thing.
Yeah.
I saw someone did a screenshot of a Twitter thing this week, and someone saying like, deodorant is patriarchal bullshit that was invented, and people were fooled into using it, and it serves no purpose. And then someone responded, go to an anime convention and you will delete this post.
See, the hard thing is because deodorants, the fragrances in them are a huge trigger for Eleanor and her migraines. It becomes a little bit on the tricky side of things. So yeah, basically, I just turn around to people and go, look, if you need to spray on some deodorant, by all means, just step outside and spray it on. Don't spray it on inside. And don't go up and give Eleanor a hug 2 seconds after you've put on the deodorant, because you're going to give her a migraine.
What about the residual smell?
So it's one of those things. Out in the garage, because there's really good airflow, it's usually not a big problem. But inside of the house, if everybody was spraying it, she would be in absolute hell. There's a big, we've got a big bathroom that's got a shower and a spa, and feel free to use the spa if you want to.
Bow chicka bow wow.
Naked spas.
I going to leave that one alone until we're in the after party. Having said that, basically it's the shower's open for anybody to use. People use your body wash that's got like scents in it and stuff like that. There's that fan at the top of the bathroom roof and the big window for the bathroom itself. So all I say is, if you've got a deodorized body wash that you use, after you finish, just open up the window and walk out. Just turn off the fan afterwards, of course, but just walk out and leave that window open and everything's good.
Yeah.
Cool.
I actually switched from a spray deodorant that I'd been using for years, to this cream one. It's not a roll-on. It's this interesting. It's a cream stick, and you click a thing, and a little bit comes out the top, and you rub that on. Because the fumes from the spray-on deodorant I was using were a bit of a problem for Mrs. Angry, and so I found basically the same brand, which worked for me. I found they had this one that was, because roll-ons I always found too sticky, but this one, it's like this cream that you rub under your arm. Perfect. But yeah, because the vapor from spray-on deodorants can be a bit much.
Safa asks, do I farm any animals here? I do not. Just up around the corner from me, there is a massive chicken farm, which for the most part you don't know about until they open the chicken sheds. Then you know about it.
Yeah.
The chicken shit, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Not as bad as a piggery. Piggeries are probably the worst.
Yeah. A friend of mine that lives out at a place called Douglas Park, next door to him is a piggery. And every now and again that the breeze blows just right, and you're like, wow, I'm glad I live next door to a chicken farm now.
Yeah. Salumi's found an Australian brand. It's not roll on and copes with puberty 2.0. Yes, that's the testosterone's a hell of a thing, isn't it? Yes.
Puberty 2.0 VO. I had never thought of that before, Salumi.
Yeah.
That's a thing.
Yeah. Hormones will do that to you.
Lion Spider of Crow, deodorants in the 80s made me rash, so I opted to be Mr. Stinky during summer. If deodorants did that to me, I'd be Mr. Stinky in the summer as well. Although, to be fair, I'm also a smoker, so with or without deodorant, I'm Mr. Stinky basically all of the time.
I'm going to move some shit here, and I'm going to make.
Well, I'll leave my perfumes at home.
Gracias.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I do enjoy the smelliness of the perfumes I wear, but I don't want to because I get migraines too. I know how hellish they are. They're the worst.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I'm one of those really lucky people that on occasions I will get migraines, but they're very few and far between.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm also incredibly lucky that with my migraines, here's Nettie.
Hello.
I'm very lucky with my migraines that popping a couple of medication that my wife gets called Mistindol, popping a couple of those and going to bed, that really helps.
Oh, they're just like Yeah, that's like some hardcore pain relief there.
Well, I
Can't
just
get it
noticed
though.
you're
You can't
outside,
get it
Mandy.
anymore. Sorry?
I just noticed you're outside
Because I'm having a sickie.
having a ciggy.
I'm being naughty. I only ever smoke actually on the live stream.
I'm a bad influence.
Oh my god, I feel bad now.
I'm a bad influence.
I just felt like I need a chat with a ciggy and a drinky with my
That's good.
mates.
I'm gonna
Yep.
set up for another cocktail and leave you all to chat while I'm doing it.
Cool.
I got to set a couple things up.
My battery on this stupid laptop goes floop very, very suddenly, and not after only about 20 minutes. So if I disappear, it's the battery being a little
Sure.
bitch. So yeah, what's up to you guys?
I'm playing a computer game called Factorio, which is so addictive. It's ridiculous.
I haven't heard of
And
that
Will
one.
is away for the week. It's a factory simulator, but it's like infinite world kind of thing. So you can like the catchphrase is "the factory must grow," and like you can build mega bases, and it's really in depth. And yeah, people also call it Cracktorio because it is so addictive. It's like crack.
I added
I've
an
never heard of
aesthetic.
All right, I'm just going to check that my microphone's.
You're muted, yes.
Oh, boy. I'm not even looking at the moment because I just got an email that I'm looking at. So
Hound,
I'm going
what
house
sounds
hunting
like
tomorrow.
socialist you type? Oh, Factorio. Yeah. Sorry, you going what?
House hunting. I've got one at
Oh,
bloody
yeah.
9 o'clock in the morning.
I
That's-
hope you get the place in Carlton because then you're like a walk away from me. We can like hang out and stuff.
I know, yeah. Yeah,
are
it's
you
on
looking to
Drummond
buy or
Street.
rent? Eddie?
And it's
Are you looking to buy or rent, darling?
rent. It's a national affordability something scheme. So I'm hoping that I'm marginalised enough to be accepted.
Oh yeah. I know that one. I have a friend who rents via that as well. It's really good for it.
Yeah, it looks like a great place, and the kids are already arguing over who's going to get which bedroom.
As they do.
So I think they
Readers
want
says,
it.
Shannon, I reckon your garage power upgrade was a 6mm single phase that'll carry 48 amps, unlikely to be running 3-phase. Maybe. I'll buy a Val. I've got no idea. If you ask me a computer question,
What?
I'll answer it. Ask me a biology question, I
I've
can answer
seen-
it. But ask me about electricity, I got no.
I've seen tons of garages set up with 3-phase. Like it's not that uncommon.
I know my whole house is set up on 3-phase power because that made it a little bit more tricky for them to do
okay.
the solar. So
Sure.
I run the assumption that the garage is on 3-phase,
well,
but I don't know.
Yeah, well, if it's already set up with 3-phase, then it's pretty simple to just like put it on a separate system. So
Like I say, if it's something different, it could be. I just don't know. So Lumi, casually buying.
well, I mean,
Pride
you wouldn't
to wear to work.
you don't
Sorry.
run consumer devices directly from the free. You got to have a converter.
Yeah.
So
Well,
yeah.
I mean, Grasshopper, I have a 3060 Ti now. Are you jealous?
I am
Nobody on
jealous.
Facebook is.
How did you get one? Like, I know it's only a 60 series, but like, it's still. I am jealous. I am jealous. How
Heidi,
did you get one? Because there's like super hard. Any of the 30 series cards are super hard to get a hold of. Scorptech.
So-
Okay. Cool.
They're based not too far from me actually. So
Scorptech.
Heidi,
I've bought tons of stuff from Scorptech and PC Case Gear.
PC
Um,
case gear, yeah.
Yeah. Because they're in Melbourne. They ship things the next day for me. It's so good.
Mardi
their
Gras
customer
tomorrow night.
service-
Yeah.
Amazing.
So Safa,
Mardi Gras
apparently,
tomorrow night.
so the Mardi Gras has been technically cancelled because of COVID, but
Yeah.
you've got a bunch of idiots saying that they're still going to have a parade regardless, which I think is freaking stupid.
I'm-
As much as I stand behind the Mardi Gras and its message, now is a bad time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see how you can socially distance at Mardi Gras.
Look, I mean,
Actually-
at the end of the day, if they start a spread of fucking COVID, I would have to cancel my LAN again, and I will be pissed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I had,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
had
That
to
would be
cancel it last year.
so
and
suckworthy.
I was not a fucking happy boy.
Mm.
So, yeah, and then like
Ugh.
Christmas time, because
Yeah.
of those fracking idiots that lived out the northern beaches, we went from being able to have like 15 people over for Christmas down to 5. So, yeah, no, I'm
Yeah.
really
And
against
if
people doing
my
this.
flights get cancelled because of it, I'm going to be pissed off.
Oh, don't even. No, touching wood and crossing everything that can be crossed.
Yeah.
If I could, I'd tie a knot in it to try and make sure that it still goes ahead. Because yeah,
Well, hopefully anybody who thinks they've been exposed won't turn up. They'll at least, be that responsible.
Well,
so Lemmy
It
says,
comes
and
down-
really the LGBT community should know better. We you're not wrong, So Lemmy, in that as a general rule, the
It's-
LGBT community has a bit more, I guess, intelligence,
awareness.
Social
awareness.
responsibility.
awareness.
Yeah. But also it's a long time since the 80s, and a lot of the people who were aware of how devastating the AIDS epidemic was, young people today, millennials, it's yesterday's era. It was boomers and to a
Was it?
lesser extent Gen X, and yeah, so it's kind of slipping from queer consciousness, but on the whole, the LGBT community, not to miss anyone, but the queer community is way more aware of things like that than others.
And
Having
more
said
social-
that,
and more socially responsible as well.
yeah, having
And then
said that, I would
imagine the social
totally-
death you'd get if you were the one who turned up to the Mardi Gras and
What were you trying to
spread.
say, sorry, Abigail?
I was going to say, having said that, it would not surprise me in the slightest if the gaytriarchy held a parade, because that's just what they do.
I remember
And yeah,
about 10 or so years ago now, there was this whole thing about this guy that got arrested at the Mardi Gras, and there's the first video that got kind of blown up and went semi-viral was of the cops being rather rough with him when they were doing the arrest. And everybody was like, oh, see, look, cops are still bashing on the gays, cops are still being these horrible people, and blah, 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 blah. And then another longer video from a different person surfaced, and it showed that this gay person spat in their faces and swung at the cops and all of these sorts of different things beforehand. It was basically being a fucking pest. And then, of course, the cops, fed up with his behavior and also him resisting, then went in for the arrest. So that is there is that small subset of, like you said, the gaytriarchy and that fucking horrible small subset of the LGBT community that has got this God complex going on. And they're the ones at the moment that seem to be screaming, no, we're still having our parade, fuck COVID, and to all of them, I say, you're a fucking idiot, period.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
So I guess
Salimi
the
says, yeah, I
annual-
get that. I guess I'm used to listening to my older community members about it. Us millennials and the younger gen really need to be more aware. You are correct, sir, in that it is more of the younger community that's doing these things. But the gay triarchy that Abigail was just talking about seems to be a lot of your sparkly 50, 40, 50-year-old
Yes.
gay men. So
I've seen some
unfortunately,
older
they're the other
millennials
community.
who would definitely be considered part of the gay triarchy. But I'm talking like 30 plus years old, not like
And-
the younger
A
millennials.
defiant personality doesn't mellow very much with age.
No, well, I mean,
So
that's
Yeah.
the
you're
thing.
talking about fairly defiant stance against everything.
Yeah, no, some of them had to be defiant in their stances about various things, and I
I
get that.
it.
I understand that, but on that same token, there, like, you can't be that way when there's hardcore evidence against your belief. Like, you could be as defiant as you want that the grass is blue. You're still wrong. You know, so they could be as defiant as they want about still having this parade. They're still fucking wrong. Like, I don't want to sound like a hypocrite here, but it was like the Black Lives Matter protests. I was okay with the Black Lives Matter protests because of three main things. Number one, everyone that was going to it was saying that they were going to adhere to all of the COVID safety restrictions. Hand
And they did.
sanitizer, wearing masks, social distancing, not handshaking, etc., etc. Number two, the organizers were very, very clear in that if you were not following those safety protocols, they were going to ask you to leave. And if you didn't, they were going to get the police involved to get you out of there.
Yeah,
Three
my
to the-
daughter went to those. Mm.
Third to that, it's
And-
also spaced out more than what the Mardi Gras is, because the Mardi Gras going up and down Oxford Street,
Ah.
it's packed in. And
Right.
so social distancing becomes a lot more difficult. But also at the Mardi Gras, there's a lot of people hugging and snogging on the sides of the street and stuff like that, which is fine. It's perfectly fine.
When there's not a pandemic.
100%. Thank you, Abigail. So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah. So they're not going the Black Lives Matter course. They're just going open slather. Let's go ahead and party. That's what you're saying?
Yeah. Basically, they're doing it because they want to have
Okay.
like the Mardi Gras. Like when it was first. When it first started happening and it was kind of kept going, it was about making a statement. It was about gaining attention to the plight of the LGBT community. It was to try and get them to be treated fairly by the police and society as a whole, etc., etc. All of these things, and it was a real protest against that, and it was a fantastic message to send through, and it gets all of my support. Nowadays, it is very much about gay pride and stuff like that, which I'm all for, but that message seems to be forgotten now because it's used as an excuse to drink or take drugs to excess and make a complete pest out of yourself for the night.
Even in the 90s, there was an absolute drug drought around Mardi Gras. From 2 weeks, a month before Mardi Gras to a month after, couldn't find any drugs anywhere. Not that I was looking, but this is what I was told.
No, you couldn't pay me enough to go to the Mardi Gras because I'm not that good in those sorts of crowds in the first place. But more than that as well, I don't support the behavior of the Mardi Gras these days for the most part. As a card-carrying member of the LGBT community, as it were, I want full acceptance. I want it to be as natural for two men or two women to be together as it is for a man and a woman to be together. I don't want it to be a thing that we even discuss anymore because it's just completely natural. That's what I want. I am all for being proud of who you are, and if who you are is gay or bisexual or trans or whatever.
I think it should just be as mundane as what your favorite cheese is, basically.
Exactly, 100%.
Yeah.
I don't want to have the discussion around same-sex marriage anymore. I want it to be that same-sex marriage is just fucking marriage without the needed thing of this same-sex couple is finally getting married.
It's like when I cringe whenever I see a cis organized event who want to be inclusive say women and women and trans women, as if trans women aren't in the category of women anyway. Which I mean, thank you, but also ew. And it's led to I've seen a bunch of Facebook pages and events say everyone's welcome, both women and cis women, which is funny as fuck.
Oh,
You know,
Yeah.
it's one of those.
Yeah, I've
it's
seen
one
a
of those
few.
things,
nice
like,
that they're. I mean, I'm sorry, but there has been, like, when I was living in Sydney in the 90s, being a cis woman, I felt weird being at Mardi Gras. But at the same time, I felt like I was,
okay.
I was supporting. So I wasn't quite sure who I was when I went to Mardi Gras.
Yep.
And, and I got tickle attacked, and that was odd. And
Yeah.
so I didn't know who I was, where I fitted in, and if I did fit in or not. So it's nice to have someone say something. Do you know what I mean?
the Mardi Gras.
Okay.
The Mardi Gras is also,
Yeah, I guess.
the Mardi Gras is also home to some of the worst gatekeepers on the face of the bloody planet as well. Where if you rock up to the Mardi Gras as a straight person, then trying to support your LGBT brothers and sisters, they kind of frown at you and kind of like, you don't belong here type thing. You get a lot of them at the fucking Mardi Gras as well, and it's like, to those people, I say, just get royally fucked. Just absolutely get royally fucked. I can't stand that attitude.
So does someone want to cover the Old 3D Tube is asking about gender neutral people. I'm not qualified to answer that.
Let me have a look here.
I'm completely gender binary. I'm like in that binary.
Those people, they're satisfied in the body
I think
in.
there are.
Okay.
I think they're just wondering what gender neutral means.
So I can partially answer that.
Issues with gender neutral myself as well.
I can partially answer that because I know two gender neutral people. Am I allowed to take a stab?
Okay,
I think Salumi is non-binary, and maybe they want to
yes,
answer.
Salumi
But I
would
mean,
definitely be the better
we could all take a stab.
It
Like,
really confused me, and was a bit of a triggering kind of thing for me. Maybe about a year ago. So
are you able to actually?
That's the weirder, not weirder.
So if you're able to actually join the stream, that'd be great. But I'll give it a shot. And if I'm wrong, please, even if you can't get into the stream, please correct me in the comments, and I will read that. LED Tube, gender neutral, those are the people that are satisfied in the body that they are in. So from my understanding of people who identify as gender neutral, sorry, Nettie, could I just get you to mute your microphone for a second?
Oh, why?
So
How
I
come?
think the term is non-binary, because gender neutral often refers to places and things, like gender neutral bathrooms, for example. Whereas someone is non-binary, I guess someone could be gender neutral, but that's like a non-binary umbrella term.
Yeah, are you talking about people who non-binary is very much a spectrum? Some people are okay in their bodies and some people aren't, according to Sir Lemmy. LED Tube, are you referring to people who are gender non-binary or gender neutral?
Yeah, it's a whole bunch of. There's gender fluid. There's non-binary. There's people are a fucking spectrum, man. And
also, I gotta look up a quote.
Sorry, Nettie, I just wanted to answer the question as to why to mute the microphone. There was the sounds of like cars and all sorts of things coming through, like, and it was overpowering everything else. So
It was a
sorry
plane.
about that.
Okay, so people assume that gender is a strict progression of male to female, but actually from a non-linear, non-subjective viewpoint, it's more like a big ball of wibbly wobbly gendery wendery stuff.
That sounds right.
All right. That's fair enough.
I also want to hat tip, Inner Deviant apparently likes my cocktail making out. This is my cocktail making outfit, Inner Deviant. And
I'm so
please
glad that
say,
you add a tail to the end of that.
did not break a glass this time.
Yay!
The float worked. I had the lemon bit and the creamy pseudo
Angry,
meringue bit.
Sir's in
Good.
the background. She would like. They would like to come in. Sorry.
Yes! Salumi, hello. How are you?
Hello.
Hey, Salimi, how you doing?
Hey.
Wow.
Wow.
Not great.
Um,
Getting better.
Oh,
Good.
no. Your voice sounds significantly different from the last time
It sounds
you were
deeper.
on a
Yeah.
stream, and it sounds
Yeah.
much deeper.
Yeah. And
Yes,
yet,
that's
still having that I've been out as they them for 10 months, still dealing with the transphobia at work. So
Oof.
that's why I'm not great. I ended up taking 3 days off for mental health this week. I just couldn't deal with
Yeah.
it.
That
Yeah.
sucks.
Do they
I'm
have a
sorry about that.
HR department that can help with that, or is it just a small place?
Well, so we're a state government department.
Oh,
So we're
okay.
supposed to be complying with a whole bunch of legislation that they're still not complying with. And the union's a little bit
Yep.
busy. I know I can talk to my union, like I'm a union rep and I can reach out to them, but I don't want to like drag them in at the moment because we're kind of busy trying to make sure we're not killing patients because we don't have enough ambulances.
Yeah, but also you matter. Like I'll pull on the phrase "physician heal thyself." The government needs to function to fight the pandemic, and if one part of the government, isn't functioning properly, that should be fixed so that we can get on, so that you can get onto the business of helping other people. Like,
yeah, my plan is
and
when I'm
you are
back Tuesday, because we've got the public holiday on Monday, I'm going to send an email to our executive and to my manager's manager and be like, so all this stuff that you said in the last 2 years you were going to do to make the workplace LGBTQIA plus friendly still hasn't happened. This is what I'm going through. I'm going through suicidal ideation every day. Sorry to bring the mood down, but that's just where I'm at. Like, I shouldn't have to go through that. No one should. So can you step up?
Yeah.
Because I'm literally having the conversation with managers going, but it's not malicious. Still transphobia, though. Don't care whether or not you think their attitude is malicious.
Microaggression is still harmful.
Yeah,
whether people
exactly.
whether it has malicious intent or not, and it still has an effect. And fuck them for saying that.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
When they're saying it's not malicious, I mean that can be interpreted in a number of ways. So I've done anthropology, and I tend towards a sort of more social work kind of headspace. So I tend to give people the benefit of the doubt. And so I give you the benefit of the doubt. I also give them the benefit of the doubt. So in my mind, I most quickly go towards, okay, so assuming that everyone is not trying to do microaggressions, could it be that they're simply trying to, in a part-time kind of way, work through the ideas of gender binary being an illusion? Do you know what I mean?
So the reality is that these people have only known me for a number of years. I've asked them to use they, them pronouns. They see me every day. They, after 10 months, still are not doing that, and some of them are refusing to do it. Management aren't taking it seriously. And my dad, who has known me my entire life, has had no issues changing his pronouns, changing the name that he calls me, even though he names me and he had me as this little baby girl. You know, there's no excuse. It's just bigotry, flat out. And I don't care whether or not they're doing it to be harmful or whether they're doing it just because they don't give a shit. They shouldn't be doing it at all. And it actually goes against code of conduct in state government, as well as our respectful behavior policy.
Look, this is making me so angry.
I'd get in trouble. If you're doing it to someone based on their gender identity or their sexuality, you should get in trouble. There should be real world consequences.
This is making me angry. I want to go
Sorry.
there and
Sorry,
fight your
I
boss.
promise
You
I didn't
know,
mean to
I
do
want
that,
to.
Abigail.
No.
you-
Like
you
not
don't need to
angry in a bad
apologise
way,
for it.
angry in the best way possible. Like when you get
Yeah,
fired
yeah.
up and you want
Yeah,
to
I
fight for
just-
positive change.
I just
Like,
want to
and
deconstruct the whole system. And what annoys me the most is
Yep.
that, like, we have someone who transitioned at work, and who a lot of the older staff who have been there for a while are really good with my pronouns. It is literally newer staff who just don't give a shit in their
Okay.
contract. They don't give a shit.
Yeah.
And it's like, still, it's their contract.
How old are
Can we
they?
not just get rid of them?
Well,
Because
when you say new, are they old or are they young? Like, are they-
the particular group of them, they're all assorted ages, but they're all younger than my parents.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm all for assuming someone isn't acting maliciously until you tell them what they're doing wrong. And from that point on, they've been told what they're doing wrong. And if they do it again, that is malicious. That's
And like
malicious.
when you literally have conversations with them where in the conversation, you are every single time they refer to you, you're correcting them and they still don't bother to correct themselves.
That's it.
Like-
Like it's sort of like what happened with me just before when I was saying that Sir wanted to come into the stream. I used the wrong gender pronoun, immediately corrected myself and apologized. It wasn't a malicious thing. And
No,
Sir
exactly.
understands
That was just a slip. And that's the thing,
Exactly.
like that totally different compared to someone who throughout an entire conversation with me can call me the wrong thing. And when I'm correcting them, I literally got told by my manager on Tuesday, which is part of why I took the leave. You're probably embarrassing them. Well, fuck.
That's-
I hope
who
that them being
cares?
embarrassed doesn't make them as suicidal as me being misgendered does.
yeah,
Yeah.
their
Fucking
embarrassment is less of an issue than your mental health. Like that's
Yeah.
What
so
I've
fucked.
noticed, particularly this week, because a good friend, well, no, okay, I shouldn't really say it, a good friend, but a good person who I consider a friend, is in a completely sort of different world from mine. And she has, she tagged me in this turf crap. And I'm like, you've forgotten my daughter is trans. Oh, goody. And
Yeah.
people do forget, but oh shit, I've forgotten my point. Hang on. Don't worry. I've forgotten my point. Forget it. Carry
That's
on.
okay. Basically, turf for shit was your point, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's a fair point.
So for
Fuck
L3D Tube, in terms of like non-binary people like myself, as I said in the comment before, it's very much a spectrum. So like I know non-binary people who don't want to go on hormones, don't want to change their bodies at all, just present very androgynously, don't necessarily identify specifically with their physical and assigned gender, but you know, they can kind of chill in that mode. And then I know people who, you know, very much want to present completely agender, don't prescribe any to gender at all. It's just such a foreign concept to them. They've never felt comfortable with that. Then you've got people like me who I am on hormones. I'm due for my shot on Tuesday, which is probably why my voice has just got deeper because I'm like at the end of that month, and that's when I noticed the week leading up to me getting another shot is when I start to get more changes. And yeah, like I want to have top surgery. That's something that I've always hated, being AFAB and having boobs. I've never connected with that. But you know, I have AFAB friends who are non-binary who love that they've got boobs, and I'm like, that's great. Do you want mine? I don't want them. Can we not like this?
A friend of mine has recently come out as non-binary, and she is paying out of her own pocket to get her top surgery done, because she wants to get it done as soon as possible. And she is terrified about coming out at work, because of what you're talking about right now, sir. And it is a like I give the example of the only non-binary person that I know is a person by the name of Dion who also happens to be deaf, and I think that they're the only non-binary person in the deaf community as a whole. So they're kind of a diamond in the rough, as it were. In sign language, there is no real sign for they them pronouns. The signs only exist on the gender binary of him, a he, she, her. So what I've had to do when I'm talking with Dion in sign language is make a real mental effort that in my patterns of speech, I don't need to use a gender pronoun in order to talk to them.
Yeah.
And that way I don't have any reason to apologize or anything like that. And I try to steer clear of those. If I, as a person who speaks sign language at an intermediate level, I am not fluent. If I, as a person at an intermediate level in sign language, am able to change my speech patterns to better accommodate a they, them person, the idea that I wouldn't be able to do that in English is complete stupidity to me. We have those terms and we use those terms every day without referring to somebody's gender. It's like, yeah, did you see that person over there? They were doing this thing. There's no gender pronouns in that whatsoever, and people don't care. But the moment that somebody says, please don't use a gender pronoun with me, all of a sudden people lose their fucking minds. And that's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I know we've talked about, like, before, like certain platitudes and certain sort of, you know, fun terms for people. You know, some people assume those are gendered, sometimes they're not. You know, I've got one of my favorite people at work who, you know, just Pam and I jam on such a certain wavelength. She just gets me. But she's just like, every now and then she'll have moments where, like, because she calls everyone chook and things like that, and she'll be like, "You're okay with this? It's fine, Pam. I'll tell you if I have an issue. Like, you're golden." Because I know for her, it's just she calls everyone that. It's not gender specific.
Yeah, I call everyone darling and sweetheart. Yeah. I've been doing that for as long as I can remember. But I understand that with some of my friends, they really don't like it when I use those terms with them. So I do everything I can not to use those terms with them. Even though they understand that it is not a gendered thing for me, it's still uncomfortable for them. It is not wrong of that person to say to me, please don't call me that, even though it's part of my general everyday speech. So long as there's still that two-way street, though, in that they also understand that if I do say that, I'm not being horrible, I'm not making an aggression, I'm not, gaslighting them. I just, it's a slip, you know. But yeah, it is one of those things that I think that the they them pronouns is still a fairly recent thing in the gender spectrum conversation, as it were, I guess.
And then you even get like neo-pronouns, and even though some neo-pronouns technically have existed since like the 20s and 30s, because they're not common usage, people will start the argument, well, I'm not using that because it's stupid because you've only just come up with it. It's like, well, actually, no, this has been in the lexicon of language for like almost 100 years. It's just that you've never come across it.
I'm sorry, could you educate me? Neo-pronouns, I don't know what that means.
So neo-pronouns, it's normally the ones that I hear most commonly used are like the zir type of pronouns. So either xe, xir, or ze, zir. I know there's a few others.
Kirsten.
Hey, Kirsten's back. But yeah, there's like a collection of them, and some of them, you know, date back to that early 20th century. I think someone was trying to look into the origins. There was someone I was reading who does a lot of like the historical linguistic stuff to do with the queer community, that they were trying to trace back some of the neo-pronouns that are a bit more like rarely used. Some of them might go back to Victorian era. So it's interesting how, like, because those were more niche communities, particularly back then where it was criminalized to be, you know, anything on that spectrum, unless you're lesbians, because that was fine, because you're practicing for your husband.
Let's not forget that MS was a neo pronoun, and
Yeah.
that's fine.
Exactly. So then, like
Yeah.
MX, like I use, or Mercs, people get really fucking weirded out by it. And I'm just like, Ms. wasn't a thing for a long time. We
Yep.
just called them Miss, and they were spinsters. Like, there
there
wasn't
was
a
a thing.
Miss.
There was a thing with the fuckwit MRAs out there that was saying that one of the
Yeah.
reasons why women have it over men apparently is because with women you've got Ms., Mrs., whereas men have only got Mr. That's it. And it's like, you don't remember that when you were a kid you were referred to as Master?
Master.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then it became Mr. But on that same token, it is like, regardless of where it started from, it is still a denotion of married versus non-married. Now,
Exactly.
it should it be a thing? I don't really care because I'm not a woman.
Exactly.
I don't have a dog in this fight, so.
Oh,
I
used to
remember
love.
when I was about 7, I decided that I would use Ms. when I grew up.
That's
And
it.
with our generation, that was a fairly
Yeah.
challenging thing to say that
Mm.
as well.
Yeah,
Also,
it
hello
was.
to Kirsten, who's come back. So, yeah.
Hi, Kirsten.
I used to laugh at every now and then when I worked in a call center a few years ago. As part of we would have to ask people of what's your preferred title? Do you want Miss, Ms, or Mrs? Because that was what we had at the time. Now we have MX. And so we also offer that. And we'll say, what is your preferred title? And people will get really funny about it sometimes. And I used to get people would be like, it's because of that fucking Germaine Greer. And I'd be like, look, honey, I'm not a fan of hers either. I'm just asking you.
Yeah.
I've got no dog in the fight as to what title you use. I just want to fill out your membership. Can I please have what you want on your membership? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah. I'm just filling out a form, honey. I don't care.
Yeah.
I love. I got yelled at last year because I came to the defense of gender non-binary people at a party that I was at, where we were talking about trans people and all of that, and there was this one guy that was like, "Oh, those that want they them, like fuck them. I can't do it. Fuck them." And I'm like, "You're being a bigot. Like, get the fuck over yourself. You're not that important. It's not that big a deal. Just call them they them. Don't use he she whatever with them. It's not fucking difficult, you know." And he then turned around to me and went, "Yeah, but you don't know, like, what about them? What if they start dating someone? Who's he and who's she in their relationship?" And I'm like, "Why can't two gender non-binary people date each other and just call them both they them?" But by that
That's
same
not
token,
that's not his problem. Like
like I said,
it doesn't matter.
by your reasoning, if a trans lady starts dating a trans man, then like somehow we're not supposed to call the trans man a man and the trans lady a lady, but you just said that you're okay with calling a trans lady a lady and a trans man a man. So your reasoning is fucking stupid. But more than anything else, and this is what I keep on always going back to, more than anything else, it is none of our fucking business, period.
Sorry, I want to throw one in because there was one of the ridiculous bits of, and because there were several ridiculous bits of bullshit this week. One of the ridiculous bits of bullshit this week was the Potato Head rebranding from.
No.
And my favorite one I saw was one of these right wingers who was really upset about it, and so it's stupid that they're not calling it Mr. Potato Head. And someone said, just by the by, why are you so desperate to associate Mr. Potato Head? And they said, because that's what he was called and he has a mustache. And I'm like, okay, so what
My mum has a mustache.
Is if someone presents mask and tells you they have masculine pronouns, that's what you're going with. Congratulations on being a trans ally. We love you. And I was just like,
also, how do you gender a potato?
Yeah,
yes,
like,
it doesn't have
one thing
genitals.
I don't get, because if we go back to like the really transphobic comments, which has led to some really entertaining TikToks lately of people are like, your pronouns are what's in your pants and pulling out things out of their pockets. So someone had like a wand, so their pronouns were whiz, erd. There we go.
Yeah.
But yeah, like
Yep.
if we're going to what's in your pants, what does a potato have in its pants? And also going off of that, Wally and Eva non-binary. Why? Because they're fucking robots. Oh, but
Yeah.
Eve's got
Yep.
curves and Wally's, building stuff. Why are you gendering fucking robots? The only
Yeah.
binary they need is coding. Go away.
Yeah, 1 or
Yeah.
0 for God's sakes. Get
zeros
over
and
it.
ones. Yeah.
Yeah. And even then, it could be quantum computing, which uses qubits.
Yeah, that's even
So-
more complex. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. Shows
1,
how much
0,
I
or
know
both.
about computing.
Oh dear.
I just wanted to change the subject a little bit. While looking for this shirt, I finally found my copy of Beren and Luthien, which is an
Right.
amazing read. It's like, because Beren and Luthien, they're like a man and an elf, and they're Tolkien's personification of him and his wife. He cared and
Right.
loved his wife so much that he was a man, even though he kind of identified as hobbits more. But Luthien, his wife, was like this mystical, powerful elven maiden who was so beautiful and so magical that she was able to put Morgoth to sleep and help steal one of the Silmarils from him. Like, that's how much he loved his wife. So I'm so glad I found this, because I was almost going to buy another copy. I
kind of remember that being full of sort of depression and incest. Was that my imagination? Or
depression, yes. Okay, so it's funny you should mention, like, because Arwen, who married Aragorn, is she is like Aragorn's distant relation, like way up the line, like great.
That's why
grandmother.
Aragorn's bloodline is so long lived, because a long time ago
Yes,
they had the elven.
What's his name? Oh God, I always forget his name.
Turin Tarumba?
No. Arwen's dad. In the movies, I always forget his name.
God, now my brain went blank. I almost said Gandalf. My God.
Yeah, I know.
I'm Gandalf.
In Wildress. The half elf. Oh, it's gonna bug me now. His brother.
Yeah, it's gonna bug me too. Hugo Weaving.
Yeah. Hugo Weaving.
Rivendell. Elrond. I knew if I remembered the name where he lived, I'd remember his name.
Yes.
Elrond of
So
Rivendell.
Elrond's brother, Elros, founded Numenor and the line of the men of the West, and Gondor and Arnor, of course. And that's why they're so long-lived, the Dunedain, because of their elven ancestry. Yeah.
Rottweiler
Can I
dude.
say, can I just make a segue to my cat?
Definitely.
Yes, please.
Look at him.
Always make a segue to that.
Oh,
And the paw. My cat does that too.
the paw.
Oh, that's so
Yep.
cute. So relaxed. So
He's
relaxed.
listening to you. He can hear you.
Since
Tiny.
Hi, honey.
Hello.
So,
I haven't seen you
also,
breakfast, man. Yeah.
Hi, Siri.
my son is coming home from. He's going for the weekend to my ex's place, and he's coming home with a kitten.
Ooh.
And it's going to be both awesome and infuriating, because my cat does not like other cats at all. But also, yeah.
Hi, Heine, by the way.
Yeah, hi, Heine.
Hi.
Hello. Oh, that's me waving to myself. Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm gonna make one more cocktail and leave you all to like manage things while I'm doing that.
Well, can I leave you guys to manage things for 2 seconds? I'm going to go visit the little boy's room.
Yeah. All right.
Sure.
Tell us if you find any little
I
boys
used
in there.
to say that my kitty, like that throne that he's sitting on right now, has only been sat on by cats and the dog.
Oh,
I basically bought them all a throne, and they just take turns on it.
I
No
love
humans
that.
ever sit on it.
A Rottweiler dude's a
Cool.
Lord of the Rings fan too. Nice. Yeah, they're still talking
the-
about doing that TV
prequel.
series that's set in the second
Oh,
age.
the Second Age, the Amazon Prime series. I am so looking forward to that because Tolkien left the Second Age intentionally blank. Like there's so little detail. He did that on by design, because his philosophy around storytelling was because he was a very ardent Catholic. He believed all stories came from God, and that when you tell a story, hey, Kirsten. So when you tell a story, you're sharing possibilities from God.
Yes.
And so he like almost wanted other people to fill in some of the gaps, but also answered a lot of letters to fill in gaps. So so the Second Age, I'm super excited. And I also read recently that Frodo, when his journey to take the ring to Mordor, was never meant to destroy it because he physically couldn't. That the power of the ring is that it becomes more and more enthralling the closer you get to Mount Doom. It was Eru Ilúvatar himself that tripped Gollum, tripped him up, and he fell into the... It's not stated in the books, but one of Tolkien's letters strongly hinted that Ilúvatar himself, the one god, pushed Gollum into the lava.
Gollum into the lava. Oh my god!
Like no shit. As if Gollum's life could not be more miserable.
Yeah.
Like and sad. Like
pretty sucky time.
God had it out for him. Like I found that so funny.
That's not good.
Anyway, I could nerd out about Lord of the Rings forever. So
sure could. What have you been up to tonight, Kirsten? Or you back with us?
Mardi Gras preparations.
Oh, Mardi Gras prep. Nice.
Yay.
What are your plans?
The pros and cons of Mardi Gras when it's being naughty and not COVID safe.
No, it is being COVID safe.
It is?
Very COVID safe. Yeah. So it's not on Oxford Street for the first time ever. It's at the SCG. It's a seated event.
Oh,
cool. Yep.
Oh, what? Yep. Oh, no. Oh, dear. I went to see Pink Floyd at a seated event. Oh, my God. It just killed the vibe completely.
I went and I'm super jealous that you saw Pink Floyd at all. But I saw Metallica at a seated event, and it did not remain seated for very long at all. Yeah,
I am not surprised.
So yes, it is a COVID safe event. Everybody has had to register themselves and their postcodes for the event.
Cool.
So
awesome. That is so good to hear.
So Mardi Gras was like the last great hurrah last year. And so it's pretty cool that it's kind of the first great hurrah this year, which is super exciting. And Archie Rose is obviously a sponsor.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Speaking of which, I need some vodka. I need some more of that Archie Rose vodka because it was so good. Like it's on it, like I can go down to the store and buy it, but if you know of any ways to get it a bit cheaper, because you know I'm on a disability
I'll hook you
pension.
up, Abigail. I'll hook you up, Beth. Don't
so
you
good.
worry.
But this little bottle, like I had my last drink tonight, I savored every drop. It was
That's
so
not
good.
a big enough bottle.
No, it comes from a sample pack that
it's gorgeous.
Justin gave me one of these. Yeah, so it's only what is it? Where's the volume? It's only 200 mils.
I did share a sample pack. Well, I made my own sample pack because I think Nettie and Angry both got Signature Dry. Can't remember what I gave you.
I don't
guys.
remember.
But yeah.
I can always go look.
I got gifts
I think
for everyone who came and hung out with me in Melbourne when I was there. So yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it,
that was cool.
Abigail.
Which is very
And
sweet.
Yeah, it was very
as
nice.
I said,
I just want to say, I have mint chocolate. Your argument is invalid.
Me- oh, ugh,
I
ugh.
love mint chocolate. So
Mint-
good.
oh,
I like
it's
mint
just such
chocolate too.
a bullshit combination. It's like
I'm
what a
hungry.
way to
And you-
what a way to waste chocolate. Like
And you are
come
welcome.
on.
on.
You are welcome to your wrong opinion. Okay.
My love of mint chocolate is very much tied to like memories of making mint chocolate ice cream with my dad when I'd get to see him because like, you know, divorced parents and my dad lived in another state. So I'm like, every time I have mint chocolate, I always like I normally will try to message my dad or something and be like, by the way, look what I've got.
Abigail, question:
That's
do you like
cute.
Thai food?
I don't mind as long as it's not too spicy because I'm
Yeah.
quite like white person in
There's-
my
the
tolerance
first night
of spiciness.
The first night that you get here, because it's the night before the LAN, I'm going to take you to the best Thai place in all of New South Wales, in mine and Lorna's opinion. Just
Okay.
up the road from us.
Yeah,
Best
sounds
Thai
good.
food that we've ever had, and they've got a full vegetarian/vegan option menu there as well. So
Ooh,
Cool.
yum.
Oh, nice.
I was just excited to
sounds
make
good.
kimchi the other day because I don't make spicy kimchi, but Mang Chi, who's one of my favorite Korean cooks, who's on YouTube and she has a blog, she makes a lot of the Korean recipes, but she like breaks it down so that, and she'll give you like the different types of spice levels to make it. So she's like, if you want it mild, you only use this much chili, and I'm like, thank you. Yeah, white meat. We'll have the mild option.
it was funny. One of my jobs at Campbelltown, working at a computer store, the guy that I worked with was Indo-Chinese. So when he said that he liked spicy food, he really means spicy. And there was a Thai place not far from where we worked at, and I turned around to him one day and said, "I'm going to go down and get myself a pad Thai. Did you want anything?" And he wrote down what it was that he wanted. I don't remember what the name of the dish was, but you know, he's like, it should be pretty spicy, and I'm like, okay. So I went down there and I ordered the meals. I've come back up, and you know, he's started digging into his. He goes, "Yeah, it's good, but it's not spicy. It's not bad. It smelled like death to me, but to him, he was like, nah, it's not that bad, you know." And yeah, because he's like I said, he's Indo-Chinese, so he's very used to real spice. Fast forward about 3-4 months after that, I was going down the road to get myself a pad Thai again for lunch. And I turned around to him and said, "I'm going to that Thai place. Did you want anything?" He turns around to me and he goes, "Look, I want that same dish that I got last time, but this time tell them to make it extra spicy, okay?" I said, "Okay, then, no worries." So I went down there and, yeah, I'll get my chicken pad Thai, and my workmate, he wants this blah, blah, blah. And he also asked me to ask you to make it extra spicy for him. And they looked at me and went, "Is he white boy?" And I went, "No, he's not a white boy."
No.
They went, "Okay, so we don't give him white boy spice. We give him Thai spice." I'm like, okay, then. So they've made the dish for him again. And it smelled like death in the bag. You know, I get back up to the store and he cracks it open and the whole store just smells like chili death. You know, and he's, "Oh yeah, no, this is great." And he's sweating the whole lot. And he's, "Oh no, this is terrific." I'm like, "Oh my God." So the Thai place that I was just talking to Abigail about, we took a friend of ours by the name of Clint there, and Clint ordered whatever it was on the menu, and it's got like 3 chili things next to it. And the ladies turned around to him and said, "This is real deal spicy. Like, even we don't really like to eat this, and we're Taiwanese, we're used to spice. Like, this is the real deal spicy. Like, are you sure you want to take this on?" And he was like, "Yeah, no, give it. Yeah, no, like, I'm all for it, you know." And so they were like, "Okay, it's your death." And they served him up a dish. Now, Clint is really keen on the tooth as a general rule. This guy he can pack it away. He's got hollow legs. He was starving before we went in there for dinner. He didn't even get a third through it. He was like, not done. And ordered something else off the menu.
That's funny.
Too
So-
Hollow
spicy.
legs. I thought my dad was the only one who said that. Eats like she's got hollow legs.
I love that
was,
saying.
That was the saying that my dad came up with for my wife, actually, because he was amazed at how much food she could pack away. He was like, "Where the heck did she put it? She got hollow legs," and I laughed my ass off.
Goodness, I'm
yeah.
probably gonna head off. Because I've got to get up early
Okay.
tomorrow. I've got a massage. in
Thanks
the
for joining
morning.
us.
So,
Thank you for
like,
joining us.
sending you all of the good vibes that I possibly can.
Thank
Um,
you.
Really hope that you able to break through this shit at work and live your best life.
Yeah.
Everything crossed for you.
If you need any backup, let me know.
Yeah, like if you
Thank
need
I'm
somebody to
serious.
strap on the ass kicking boots, then
Like,
Abigail and
I
I are
don't
more than
know-
happy to do so.
Like, are we friends on Facebook or something? Or I'm not sure if you
no,
can message over YouTube, but if you seriously need some backup and help, or even just someone to listen, let me know.
Yeah,
You
thank
can find me on Facebook.
Speaking of
yeah.
Facebook, Queen,
I'm
I
a-
just added you to Facebook too.
I'm a friend of Angry
I think I said
Aussie.
yes, and if I didn't, I will.
No, you did.
Hang
It's
on.
all good.
I'll look you up.
I just
I don't
stuck
wanna-
my
I don't wanna
fingernails
post
on,
it.
and now I am a useless human.
Hang on, put it
I'm
in
gonna-
private
I'm gonna-
chat, Abigail.
Yes, yes.
May I add you as well, sir?
Yes. So hang
Thank
on,
you.
I'll put my.
That's my profile in the private
All
chat.
right. Oh my goodness. I laughed at because, and I'm very open about the fact that like I've not had the best mental health. I grew up in a very traumatic childhood, and so like my brain when I get to this place is always like self-harm, and I'm like, no, that's not helpful. So instead, I'm like tattoos and piercings, and I was like, I can't afford a tattoo right now. So instead, tomorrow I'm gonna go get snake bites because I've always wanted them, and I'm like, why not?
What are snake bites? I've missed
So,
something here.
lip piercings right there.
Oh,
So I used to have a vertical labret, which I took out a bit over a year ago, just because the vertical labret, I found the pressure on your lip every time I'd eat burgers, my lip would swell. I could not bite into apples. So that's why I feel like labret there will be fine. Because when I had a Monroe, that was fine. The only reason I took that out was it got caught when these teeth moved forward because of my wisdom teeth. So snake bites shouldn't interfere with anything. It was either that or a bridge piercing, and I'm still not sure about a bridge piercing.
I reckon you'll look fantastic with the snake bites. I like that.
Yeah, I'm like super keen. All right.
That whole, don't
Abigail,
be
I'm
sad, just get a tattoo.
Literally, that's my brain. It's just like, don't be sad. Go get piercings. It's fine.
So what you need is a partner with a pen. When you get those urges, get your partner to draw on you.
See, the problem is I need a partner, and that's proving very difficult in the small pool that is Adelaide.
Fair enough.
Well, if I ever meet you, sir, I promise to give you a hug if you're up for one.
Yay, always up for hugs. And I'm hoping to, I'm waiting to confirm with a couple of friends when I'm seeing them on Sunday. And then I may be going for a coffee date on Monday. I'm not holding my breath considering that all but one have cancelled on me or stood me up.
Yeah.
So,
Sir,
Good
right
luck.
now, I just need to inform you that I hate you.
why? Because of the public holiday.
No, because you've got a picture with Nathan Fillion and I hate you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, Nathan Fillion, and is
sorry.
that Nick Frost? Yeah.
Yes, Nick Frost. I
Yeah.
loved with
I'm
my photo
very
with
jealous.
Nick Frost because we're both wearing black. We both just have. But yeah,
Yeah.
those are two of the sweetest people I've met. Also, Jason Momoa. Like my top three are Nathan, Nick, and Jason.
Yeah.
Because
Very
they
jealous.
just make
that?
Jason Momoa was probably the funniest because he was drinking Guinness. He excused himself before his photo with me to go drink more Guinness. And then freaking Melissa Joan Hart rocks up and was going to photobomb our photo, but he was taking so long drinking another thing of Guinness that she fucked off. And I was like, are you kidding me? I could have had my photobombed by Sabrina Spellman. What the fuck? It was just, and that was like just a really small Comic-Con because it was on a Sunday, so no one was there. They were just drinking and having a fun time. It was fucking hilarious. Whereas Nathan was always busy, but he's really good at like taking good photos with people. And Nick kept getting told off because he would stand and chat with people for too long.
Oh,
they'd be
like,
that was like
conferences hate that.
Yeah, that was the same with James Masters when Buffy was all the rage. Every Comic-Con that he was going to, he was like, people were like, you need to move it on. He's like, no, I am saying hello to every single person.
That's the reason why no one ever asks Avery Brooks to conventions anymore, because he outright refused to just move people on. Like, he just wanted to talk to everyone because they pay a lot of money, and he really respected that. So
I went to Comic-Con in Sydney where Summer Glau went, and that was a real letdown. Meeting Summer Glau was a real letdown. I'm sorry, but it really was. She didn't make eye contact. She barely said hello. Nothing. She was just sign the picture, hand you the picture, move you on, sign the picture. Now, look,
even William Shatner was better than that.
In her defense, the line to see her, of course, was 2/3 of the way down the street. So I can kind of understand that, but it was still
in Adelaide. She was amazing because Adelaide, obviously being smaller, she could spend that bit more time with you. But Greg Grunberg was one of my favorite people I've met, just in terms of because he's like been in a few things, but he's not hugely famous. He can give you a lot more time. So Greg Grunberg, I've been a fan of since Alias.
Nettie, please mute while you're fiddling with that. Thank you, darling.
Sorry.
Thank you.
But I've been a fan of Greg Grunberg since Alias, and I had a realization going in to meet him that he was the only actor that I would have met that I've been a fan of for longer than I've had chronic health issues. And
what a heck of a timeline to use.
What a time to be alive.
And I said to him, I'm like, I get teary thinking about that because it's like, Jesus, I've been sick for so long that Alias is the show that I could be a fan of people from that. And that was before I was really sick. And he gave me this big hug. It was just like, I can completely understand where you're coming from. He's got a son who has epilepsy. And that lack of control in your own body and how much that takes a toll on you. He was just, he understood what that process was for your brain. He just spent ages chatting with me. And it was funny because I then had friends in the line next to him for Jason Mewes yelling at me and I didn't even hear them. And Greg's going, I think you've got friends yelling at you because I was so in that conversation. And I turn around and my friends Megan Pugh are like, hey, and I'm just like, oh. Hi guys.
At that same Comic-Con that I met Summer Glau, I got to meet Eliza Dushku, who was lovely. But the best experience that I had there was I got to meet Lou Ferrigno.
Wow!
Know the name?
So
70s Incredible Hulk.
Yeah. He was the guy. And now the thing that a lot of people don't know about Lou Ferrigno is he's actually profoundly deaf. He speaks orally and lip reads, but he's also fluent in ASL. And the lady that I was at the Comic-Con with, she's an interpreter by trade. And I pointed out to Lou Ferrigno, and I told her about that line in The Incredible Hulk with Edward Norton, where he's trying to get into the university. And he's like, he gives the security guard a pizza to get in, and he goes, "You're the man." That's Lou Ferrigno. And it was kind of a shout out, you're the man type thing. So there was a bit of a geek moment there. And I'm like, and that was absolutely fantastic. And I said, little known fact, he's actually deaf. And Ali went, oh, is he really? And I said, yeah, no, he's actually deaf. She was like, okay, wow. And 2 seconds later, Lou Ferrigno made eye contact with us. And Ali, in fluent ASL, that I didn't know that she spoke, turned around and said, hi, how are you, in fluent ASL. He damn near vaulted the table to run up and give her a hug. And he was like, I have been to so many Comic-Cons all around the world, and you are one of so few people that have ever come up to me and said anything in ASL. He said, and the fact that that's actually happened in another country is it.
Yeah.
And he stood there and talked to us for about a solid 20 minutes, and he was the loveliest guy that you could ever meet. He was really, really lovely. So that's
awesome.
my great time of Comic-Con was actually meeting Lou Ferrigno more than anything else.
Nice.
Nice.
I was just going to say, and Kirsten
a
might be
wholesome
interested
story.
in
Sorry.
this. This is
I'm
a
gonna run
real.
away.
This is a really
See you, sir.
weird.
Oh,
You
bye,
gotta go,
s- bye.
Silvermeat. Thanks
Bye,
for
sir.
dropping in. Kirsten, you might be interested. This is really weird. This is equal parts gin, rye whiskey, brandy, and vermouth. So,
That sounds delicious.
it's called a Chauncey. It was in the 1930s. Which was one of the big hotels. It was in the Waldorf Astoria bar book, and it's the flavors so nice.
So what did you use? I saw you holding up your Mando and your macadamia, but
Yeah,
I had
just
the sound
tasted them
turned off.
earlier.
So I
No.
assumed that you were talking to me about them, but I didn't hear what you said.
No, I just taste tested them because they just arrived today, and they are very yummy.
I
Like the
saw.
macadamia has a definite macadamia flavor in it. It's got a very
That's
gentle
cool.
juniper, like typical of gin, but it's got both aroma and taste. It has a really definite macadamia flavor in it. I got to look at their suggestions of what to use it in. I'm definitely going to make. I might even do it now. Make a drink with it. But fuck Nettie was a big fan of the God, I've forgotten the name. Tropic. Thank you. Tropic. And I got the Mando. The Mando's just fucking amazing. Like, I think I just want to pour that over ice cream. Just have this sort of mandarin liqueur over ice cream. I think that would be great.
Rottweiler dude in the chat asked me, what's the name of that Thai restaurant? I was talking about two different ones, Rottweiler. There's, so which one are you talking about? The one that I was talking about with my workmate, or the one that I'm going to drag Abigail to? And I can tell you the name of either.
Oh, I'd say both.
The one that I'm dragging Abigail to is called Fantai, FAN space THAI. The other one is closed. It was a little hole in the wall on Queen Street in Campbelltown, but it's no longer there. It's now a chicken place.
Okay. See, I lived near Newtown for quite a few years when I was in Sydney, and Newtown was the king of bad pun Thai restaurants. There was the Titanic, the bow tie.
Titanic is still going. Titanic is still going.
One of those restaurants from Newtown, one of those Thai restaurants from Newtown has, well, the owners of that, they took off to actual Thailand, and then they came back a few years later, and they opened up a place in Newtown, North Sydney, that my ex took me to last time I was in Sydney. And because we went there for lunch, and it was their first day opening after all the lockdowns and whatnot. And so the owner sat down and chatted with us because he realised that we were both Newtown regulars. Do you remember the big Thai restaurant that had all the open windows and you could see people sitting on the ground on their little cushions and stuff?
Oh,
it's that one.
Who knows?
Same. Okay, well, there was a big one on King Street. Anyway, they've opened a new one in North Sydney. So if you're ever up there, go there because, oh, my God, their food is amazing. And it's still the same chef, which happens to be his wife.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Speaking of bad Thai puns, I'm sure there was one in Newtown called Tie Me Kangaroon Down Sport, but
I don't remember that one. I do remember one where the family they ran the whole restaurant, and if it was someone's birthday, they brought the kids down from upstairs to sing happy birthday.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. It was so sweet.
I remember there was a Malaysian place and they had fun with the dish names. There was one, I think the Malaysian name for it was the Rusti Martabak. And so they called it the Rusty Motorbike on
I like that.
It was really funny. They were having a bit of fun with it. I liked it.
Newtown in the 90s was it was homely and exotic at the same time. Somehow managed to do it.
Yeah,
it was gorgeous.
And it's kind of interesting. You went up towards Petersham, like there was an IGA that had this Italian section because post World War II, a bunch of Italian migrants lived there, and so there was Italian produce in this IGA that you couldn't get anywhere else. And of course, in the 70s and into the 80s, you had a lot of the Vietnamese people settled there. So you had just the stunning Vietnamese food you got there, which always led to my joke because that Russell Crowe movie, Romper Stomper, was set in Newtown and the Nazi skinheads were upset about the Vietnamese migrants coming in. I always had a joke because in the last 10 years, a lot of African migrants and refugees have settled in Newtown. So there's now a lot of African businesses in Newtown. I feel like the people who were most glad the Africans settled there were the Vietnamese who settled there in the 70s and 80s because they sit out the front of the shops going, Newtown was okay before these Africans got here. It's just...
Oh, Jesus.
They get to do that because they put up with that shit all through the 80s. So now they can sit out the front of their shops going, that was okay here before all the Africans got here. I'm not saying they do that. I just think
every wave of new migrants. It's always the way.
Can I just change the tone of the topic just a little bit? Anybody losing their minds over this whole Dr. Seuss thing right now?
Oh my god!
So it's a thing like.
I mean, Dr. Seuss is.
The estate itself is what's actually doing the changes, not any, not any person that's saying we need to change this or change that or change the other. It's the estate of Dr. Seuss going, we feel that it's not right. So that way, we are changing it. And people are like, oh, it's cancel culture gone awry again. And it's like, no, it's fucking not.
The cult of perpetual annoyance. They get annoyed at every little tiny change to anything.
You know who I'm annoyed at?
What?
Go ahead, Queen.
Fucking Christian Porter for being a spineless.
Yes. Oh my god.
Okay, so being annoyed with Christian. Being annoyed with Christian Porter is akin to always being in trouble and only ever having the amount of trouble that you're in varying. So what is it exactly that he's done that's pissed you off this time, my darling?
The fact he's a rapist.
This week,
well,
he's a rapist who had to take stress leave because people called him a rapist.
Yeah.
So...
Well, you would, wouldn't you? I mean, he's built his life on
at the risk of doing the hashtag. At the risk of being one of those hashtag not all men dickheads, at this point in time, he is strenuously saying that never happened.
Yeah.
Now, just to I support the person coming out. Very, very much so. But if, and I really stress the word if, this is a complete BS matter, I could understand the stress. If.
It almost always
isn't. To my adolescence as a private school girl dating fucking private school boys.
Mm.
He did. He did it.
Just have a judicial inquiry. That's how you clear him. You have a you don't.
Yeah, that's it.
For Christ's sake, someone accused of a serious crime says, "I definitely didn't do it," and so Scotty from marketing goes, job done. He said he didn't do it. I was like,
Well,
cool,
I mean, fucking-
cool. That's
Yeah,
great.
fuck
defense.
that noise.
The poor girl that came out not long ago about getting raped in the
Brittany
defense
Higgins.
minister's office.
Yes.
Brittany Higgins, that's her.
Brittany Higgins.
Now, Brittany, she is a complete queen, and I love her to tears.
Oh, yeah.
She's been doing really, really well in the attempted media assassinations of her and all of this sort of stuff. She has been fucking fantastic, and my hat goes off to her because seriously, really, really well done. The Scotty from marketing fucking bullshit about how he apparently couldn't see it from her side until he talked to his wife and daughters about it. And it's like,
Fuck.
fuck. So if you've got this fucking idiot that says that he can't be a human being without talking to his wife and daughters, the fact that he's gaslighting this
Okay, look, I'm sorry, but that was all
accuser's
marketing.
family.
That was all marketing.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
That's it.
He is afraid of losing the vote of men who A, don't rape, but B, are friends with rapists.
Don't condemn it.
Okay?
Yeah, that's it.
He's afraid of losing that vote. So,
Yeah.
you know, when he says, no, look, I spoke to my wife, and then, you know, those guys who identify with Scotty go, oh, yeah, if I spoke to my wife, she'd probably say the same thing. Yeah.
I remember a few years ago.
Really distressing
Sorry,
part
go ahead, Queen.
about the whole thing is that he didn't come up with it on his own. He had to speak to Jenny, and Jenny had to tell him again, because it's not the fucking first time that actually.
Oh, my ass, he gives a shit what Jenny thinks.
Can I just
Honestly, he
stop
doesn't
the
give a
conversation
shit.
here? Can I
Yeah.
just stop the conversation here? I have a lot of friends who are highly triggered by this type of talk, and none of them are watching, but it it so could potentially be triggering other people out there. We're all aware of it. We all know our opinions on it, but we should given it. I mean, it's up to Angry, of course. It's his stream.
I think that's.
I would put it out there that we should. Sorry.
I think that's a valid point to raise, that we are of one mind. I think it's safe to say we are of one mind. This is bullshit. And some people can be extremely traumatized by this type of conversation.
Truthfully, I'm a bit triggered. I am truthfully a bit triggered by all of that.
Absolutely.
Because,
yes.
You know, I went out with private school boys in Sydney. I went out in King's Cross, where apparently this thing happened. And, you know, that woman who killed herself, apparently killed herself.
Yeah.
She's my age. So I know the lie of the land. I know how it works. I know the personality types involved. And, you know, I know that the amount of attempted rapes I had to fight off. You know, I had to walk through a room hearing a girl talk, you know, a girl I know now, not at the time, but I know now, was Aspie, and she was saying, Saf, get off me, you're hurting me, stop, and he wasn't stopping. And I did not know what the fuck to do because I was 16 and I had no clue. You know, I went through all that. I know, the 80s was so fucking rapey. It really was.
Let's change the subject.
Let's change the topic.
Yeah.
Speaking of Star Trek,
everyone's favorite character in Lord of the Rings. Grasshopper.
I don't know Lord of the Rings, so I'm going to have to go with the only name that I know, which is Legolas.
Okay. Sure.
Oh,
God, Tom Bombadil.
It seems as though that Nettie needs to take a few minutes. So, Nettie, if you're still watching, sending our love and support
we
to
love you.
Yeah.
We love you. I didn't mean to cut you off at all.
Yeah.
I really didn't.
Tom Bombadil was a lesser god who was high as fuck on mushrooms. I love him.
Okay, so my theory on Tom Bombadil, because Tolkien like purposefully didn't tell anyone who the fuck Tom Bombadil is. My personal opinion on that is that he was
Lewis Carroll.
from the void. There are a lot of creatures in the world that were from the void, that weren't made by Eru. Ungoliant is one of them. Like the demonic creature who came from the void. The Watcher in the water, the squid thing that they encounter from the void. A lot of the deep places of the world are these creatures that just come from the void. I think Tom Bombadil was from the void, but he was like a really powerful, good presence, and it's
I
why
thought he was Maya.
He's not. He's not a Maya. He's not a Valar. That's been. I can't quote you why, but that has been shown not to be the case.
All right, cool.
Because even the Maya are affected by the ring. The ring is of the world, and the Maya are of the world.
Yeah.
The necromancer was Sauron.
Yeah, because he put the ring on his finger and nothing happened.
No effect. And he was so disconnected from the world, and I think he's from the void. So
I was probably one of my few disappointments with Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings films is we didn't get the Barrow White scene with Tom Bombadil.
Oh yeah, because that, like, I mean, I understand because Tom Bombadil is such an anomaly. I can understand why they left that out. But leaving out the scene with the Barrow-wights is like, that's a really important scene, because it shows where the hobbits get those swords from, the swords of Westerness, from Arnor. Arnor was Arnor was fighting. Well, it was split up at the time, but they were fighting the Witch King at the time, and the Witch King was like full on using undead creatures and resurrecting people as undead and sending the Barrow-wights and God knows what else. So they made magical swords dedicated to fighting undead creatures and wraiths. And that's what those swords were. And that's why when Pippin stabs the Witch King in the Battle of Pelennor outside of Minas Tirith, why Éowyn was able to kill him. Because that sword lowered his defenses enough for her to give the killing blow. Without it, her sword would have done absolutely nothing.
Plus,
the Barrow-wight scene is like, it's kind of pivotal. So.
Plus, one of my favorite character names ever, the Witch King. I fucking love that. That is so cool.
My favorite character in the Lord of the Rings is the guy who's like super into potatoes.
Sam Gamgee.
Sam Gamgee is a legend. He's
like
valid.
I'm not a side character in life, but I deeply relate to his feelings about potatoes.
Potatoes. I also agree. Potatoes are just great.
And second breakfast. I'm a big fan of second breakfast.
Everyone should have second breakfast.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I 100% was like in the kitchen making second breakfast. And someone was like, "What you doing?" And I was like, "Second breakfast."
Yeah. Yep. No, I totally agree.
That was one bit that was done extraordinarily well in the movies, with Aragorn saying, "What the fuck is wrong with you? You had breakfast," and Pippin saying, "Second breakfast." But he's talking about stuff, and Aragorn just walks away like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" And Pippin's still rambling, and then an apple hits him in the head because Aragorn threw an apple at him. That was so well done.
I just like the fact that because the Dunedain Rangers defend the Shire from the outside. It's why the Shire is so insular. And yet, despite that, he doesn't know enough about them to know about second breakfast. Which is either A, he's just too important because he's the leader of the Dunedain to actually do some of the grunt work, or B, second breakfast is just such an ingrained concept that it's like the air they breathe. They don't even have it, like they barely have a name for it, they just always have second breakfast,
Mm.
and they don't talk about it to outsiders because why would they? It's just a thing they do.
It's just a thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was someone did this video on YouTube, and it was a joke. You know how Sam does that thing where he's walking with Frodo, and at one point and he stops, and he just goes, "This is it. If I take another step, this is the furthest I've ever been from the Shire."
Wasn't that in? Oh,
someone did a video where Sam does that every step from then on. He just keeps.
Yes.
I've
seen that.
This is the furthest I've ever been from the Shire.
Yep.
Hang on, I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of people who live in the Sutherland Shire that say the exact same thing.
Yes. The Sutherland Shire is probably more insular than the Hobbit Shire, honestly.
Ooh. Salfa, to answer your question, Middle Earth. Okay, so Tolkien was very disappointed that there weren't any specific English mythological tales. All the English myths are imported from all the people who've invaded. King Arthur and I can name a bunch, but nothing specific to England. He was very disappointed about that. So what he did is created his own. And Middle Earth, well, the Shire is like Western Europe. So it's England, Ireland, Scotland, France, Belgium, like it's that area. And Gondor is around the Mediterranean. And like passive racism, the Southrons are from Africa, the Easterlings are from the Middle East. And they were the enemies. But yes, you're right. Middle Earth technically is the continent of Europe and Asia and Africa. There's another continent like far across the sea, which is the Americas. And to the west is Aman, which has been taken out of the sphere of the world. It's where Valinor is. But yes, like all the maps you see of Middle Earth, that's UK and Europe. So, yes.
So I just want to say, Kirsten, particularly, you might be interested. The recommended cocktail for the macadamia applewood, they call the macalada. I've adapted a bit based on what I have on hand. So it's like 50 mils of the macadamia gin. I did 30 mils of lemon juice, about 5 mils of lime juice, 30 mils of a sugar syrup, and 20 mils of coconut cream and a rosemary sprig. I muddled some rosemary in the shaker, and oh my God, it's so fucking good. Oh my God. It's so good.
It's awesome. So we've had a couple of events this week, obviously Mardi Gras week. And today I was like talking to one of the events girls, and she's like, you have to take some lemons home. And I was like, okay, cool. I'll take a couple of lemons home. Anyway, she turns up at my desk with a bag of lemons, and she's like, here, I got you some lemons. There's like 16 lemons. That is many lemons. I'm like, what exactly do you... Oh, and a pineapple. I got 16 lemons and a pineapple.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, see, I like lemons because I juice lemons even just in Pepsi Max with a squirt of lemon juice in it. Absolutely elevate. I think like any soft drink with a squirt of fresh lemon juice in it really elevates it. So
I might peel them and make
lemon juice is very common in cooking.
Yes.
Yeah, I know, and I'll probably like juice them or peel them and make oleosaccharin and like lemon oleo, and juice them and make lemon juice. Like it'll be fine, but it's just the fact that I had 16 lemons thrust upon me.
Yeah.
And a pineapple.
The lemon oleo is a fun thing I like to do. Like sugar syrup is just 50% sugar and 50% water, which is great for cocktails. But the oleo is when you peel citrus and then you cover it in sugar, and the sugar leaches all the oils out of the citrus peel and turns into a goopy syrup, and then you add water to that, so then you get a really citrusy sugar syrup, which is really yum. When I do that, I save the basically candied citrus peel, and Mrs. Angry uses that in some desserts, but she's also done this thing. She dries out the sugary citrus peel till it's really brittle, and then she uses a blender to pulverize it, and then you've got this powdered sugary citrus peel that we put in desserts and whatnot. It's really good. Sorry, Annette, are you okay? You feel like you were shut down? I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, I'm so sorry, Nettie. I was trying to change the subject. I didn't mean to shut you down like that. I apologize profusely, but I was really worried about people getting triggered. I really didn't mean to shut you down. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. So on a lighter note, Safa's talking
love
about
you,
making
Nettie.
drunk
Yeah.
lemonade. The other fun thing you can do with citrus peel is put it in some sort of spirit, particularly clear spirits like vodka or white rum or tequila or somewhat, and it leaches the oils and the color out of citrus, so you end up with this citrusy spirit. That is a fun thing to do.
I don't have any vodka. Oh no, I don't have any vodka. I have Pavlova vodka, and that tastes like Pavlova, so that doesn't help.
And incidentally, Kirsten, you've got Abigail completely sold on the.
I know, she told me.
So
But
I'm bribing.
World's best vodka, so she can absolutely have it.
Yeah, I'm bribing Abigail to come over and do some more technical work for me. I say, I will have a bottle of Archie Rose vodka here. You have to come over and fix my computer, and I will give you a bottle of Archie Rose vodka.
Well, do that, Abigail, and then I'll help you get another one, for backup.
Yeah. Also, if
Sounds
you're going
good.
to be, Kirsten, you were talking about being here in 2 weeks. Is that right?
Yes.
So possibly on the Saturday, we might be able to catch up and go to the whiskey bar that's across the road from Abigail's place.
Elysian.
Okay.
Yes, definitely. Elysian.
All right. We'll
and,
work that out.
I have to say hi to Kevin and Yao. It has to happen. I've
Okay,
got
we'll
to
do that. Oh, so I want a tip for you, because what I want to do, if we do that in the afternoon, then because that's a date night for me. So then the easiest would be if I had a city date night with Mrs. Angry. What's a good cocktail venue where you can get cocktails and dinner in the CBD?
It's got to be Birdie.
Birdie? Okay. I'm going to make a booking
It's
at
not
Birdie.
cheap. It's not cheap. It's very expensive.
I am.
Is that a pun?
Not cheap on date night.
Cheap Birdie.
Is that a pun?
there you
Because
go.
Birdie and it's cheap. Birdie,
Yeah.
cheap.
It's
Always intend your puns.
B-Y-D-R-I.
All right, I'm going to look into Birdie then.
Yeah, what's the guy's name? I feel like his name is Matt or something.
Mm-hmm.
Henry's got such a crush on him. It was so funny to watch that episode.
Oh dear.
Because
the only places
really clear that Henry was meeting one of his like top 10 idols, and Henry was so like.
I'm going to have to tell Henry, because I got the macadamia gin because Henry said that was the best of their recent limited editions. And I wanted to get one, and it is really good. I've already finished that Macalata. Oh, I'm in danger of being really hammered at the moment, but that's okay. Because the only
Henry's
places...
such a salesman.
He is very good. The only places that I've had date nights that are still fucking open in the city are the Trinket Bar and Mjolnir, the Viking themed place.
You could try Nick and Nora's. They do like champagne and cocktails and stuff.
I don't like champagne though, but yeah, I had been tempted
Maybe
to.
Mrs. Henry does.
I've not yet been to Nick and Nora's, and I did want to go there. But no, Birdie, I will look into Birdie. So possibly 2 weeks from now, if we can arrange to have the whiskey bar and maybe somewhere else local around there for afternoon drinks, then I'll meet Mrs. Angry in the city.
Elysian and whiskey and almond. And then I can go to have Mrs. Palmer's, which is myself and husband's date night.
Yes. All right. So you can have date night with husband. We can have an afternoon catch up. I'll have a date night with Mrs. Angry. Okay, we've got 2 weeks to plan it. That's all good. But definitely want to do that. And I actually agree.
Have you been to Whiskey and Almond?
No, I have not.
You've got to do both. Like they're both incredible bars, like separately and together.
Okay, cool. Because I actually agree with you, Abigail. The fact that there's a whiskey bar across from you, but they have 1 or 2 vodkas that they think are worth on the menu. I also, if you are a whiskey bar, but you think there are 1 or 2 vodkas that are worth having on the menu, I want to taste the vodkas that they think are worth having on the menu as well. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and also, this is a thing, I'm not promising anything, but possibly, I'll have my phone with me. Maybe we will do a very short live stream on either YouTube or Facebook or something, and I'll just get on my phone and go, we're here and we're getting really fucking drunk.
Yep. Sounds good.
Genuinely a bit surprised that we didn't end up doing that when we had our Patient Wolf Starwood catch up.
So I put a video on my actual YouTube channel, and I used Summertime as the gin in the video, and I put it on social media, and I tagged Patient Wolf in it, and Blake actually responded both on my YouTube and on other social media.
So cute.
Thank you for doing it. And I'm like, Blake, you're awesome. Thank you for doing it. So I am still hoping to maybe shoot some videos in the Patient Wolf.
100%.
I'd like to do 2. I'd like to do one with Blake doing the explanation of how gin is made, and second, working with the bar staff going, here's a fucking kick-ass cocktail we make. And so I'd like to actually have the 2. One showing the distillation, because I swear to God, there still looks like a Doctor Who prop. And
there still is incredible. Like I love our stills. Like I'm kind of in love with them.
Yeah.
But yeah, ours are not as cute and photogenic as that.
Patient Wolf is very cute. And I'm just going to throw it out. The staff are cute as well. Whatever you're into, Blake is cute. The bar staff are cute. There's basically whatever you're into.
Something for everybody.
There's something for everybody at Patient Wolf, is what I'm saying.
Go there. By the summertime.
Abigail, without telling tales, I think you found one of the bar staff at Patient Wolf very appealing. So it's like,
I mean, yeah.
Abigail, are you being a perv again?
No.
Oh, seriously?
What do you mean again?
Beautifully
Abigail, Kirsten, Nettie, and me were definitely feeling a vibe at Patient Wolf. I'm just going to say.
They're always so lovely. So I got to go back on Friday, like before I flew out, and just like catching up with my friends and seeing everybody, and it was so lovely. Like they're always just so welcoming and so kind, and such wonderful people, and they deserve to be recognized and celebrated as gin makers and humans, because they're all fucking awesome.
Yes.
And like hands down, Summertime is the best, like one of the most incredible gins.
It is a very nice gin. Because Mrs. Angry really just likes like a gin and tonic and whatnot. When I said, "Oh no, this one from Patient Wolf Summertime," and got like got a bunch of Cappy sodas. Again, Blake was so neat. Like I said, "Oh, I'm getting this bottle of gin." And he says, "Oh well, you have to have these sodas as well." And I'm like, "Okay, yeah, sure, whatever." And but yeah, he recommended the 50% gin, 50% whiskey, and topped with soda. Oh my god, that's a good drink! Like a slow gin and whiskey topped with soda with a lot of ice. Oh my god, that is a fucking drink right there. That is great.
Yeah. Look, so Jared and Blake both used to work at this beautiful, incredible bar called Jasper's, and it closed for renovations in October 2019, and I was there for the closing party, and that was one of the best nights I've ever had. I definitely got home at 5 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
And it was such a good closing party. And then like 3 months later, the pandemic hit. Today was the day that I went to the movie that got me put in lockdown. Remember? Yeah. Remember all the way back in March when I was like, I got put in quarantine. Today's the day. 12 months ago. Yeah. I went to a movie that got me put in lockdown.
Oh my god.
Today, the memories came up on my phone, and I was like, oh, it's a funny old day.
There was a funeral in my family, and I just simply couldn't go to New South Wales because there was too much chance I'd be locked down at the border and have to spend $4,000 accommodation.
Yeah. Well, Kirsten took a bloody job in New South Wales in the middle of the fucking pandemic,
a bloody idiot,
which was legendary. Besides getting all that Applewood stuff in the mail today, I went shopping at Outlet Mall and got some new glassware. And so I've now got these double rocks glasses on top of those really cute new coupe glasses I've got that I was just using before. I'm going to do a whiskey drink now, I think. Huge chunk of ice in my
drinks
double
vodka drink. He drinks a whiskey drink. He drinks a cider drink. He drinks a lager drink.
No, with me, it's just like a whiskey drink and a vodka drink. No, fuck vodka. I do drink vodka drinks. It's like a gin drink and a brandy drink and a rum drink and a whiskey drink. And he gets fucked up and he's happy. I'm going to do a whiskey drink.
Very good.
Is there a South
Park? What are you going to use?
I'm almost out of Nova, so I think I'll finish that off.
I can't even tempt you with our single malt because there's going to be none for like 4 to 6 weeks.
No, you got to tell me when it's available.
Of course.
As
the person who loads it onto the website, I will 100% message you before I load it onto the website. Yeah,
because I got the Overproof gin and I got the rye, and they're both really fucking good.
Good news. We just won Best Australian Rye for the 6th year running.
Oh, no, the Archie Rose Rye is fucking great. Oh my God, so good in cocktails. Oh my God.
So good. So good.
So there's just this little bit of Nova left. This is why I was asking you the other night, what's better between Fortis and the other one. So I think rather than getting another note, Solera, I might get another Fortis because I really enjoyed Fortis. And yes, I have to tempt Abigail across to do tech work on my computer with either a fresh bottle of Nova whiskey or Hachi Rose vodka, one of the two. So
Either of them will
either
get me
of them
there.
will work.
Yeah.
So I might just just in the glass, old fashioned. I made this. This is a clarified blood orange and lemon sweet and sour mix.
Ooh.
Yeah, so it was like I found this. I adapted a recipe I found on liquor.com. It's basically you go to make an oleo saccharum, which is basically you peel your citrus and you cover it in sugar and you get this nice syrup. Normally you just add water to it, but in this one it's you add the juice, not the water. So I had lemon peel covered in sugar and turned into syrup. And then I added blood orange juice rather than water. And then I milk clarified that. So I've got this amazing sort of sweet and sour cordial. It's fucking awesome. So I'm going to, rather than use sugar syrup, I'm going to use, I haven't used this on an old fashioned, but I'm going to give it a go.
So, Angry, I was thinking what I might do if we're going to catch up when I come down is I'm going to get you a 100 ml sample of all of my bitter Amaros that I have available in my house.
Yeah.
Because I've got Davo Plum from Autonomy. I've got the Poor Toms. I've got well, you've had Okar, so you don't get that one.
I've had Okar.
But I think I've got a couple of others. And so I'll get you a small sample of everything.
Yeah.
And then you can do a bitter off.
A bitter off, yeah. Because it's interesting. I think Okar Island Bitter is as bitter as Campari, which is too bitter for me, but has a much better flavor than Campari.
It's so good.
But it is too bitter for me. But yeah, I'd be very interested in the other Australian bitters, Amaro.
I think I have 2 or 3.
Yeah.
I think I have 2 or 3 here, and if I have to, I'll go and buy you that. So honestly, I believe in the Adelaide Hills Distillery bitter orange. I think that's a really good, halfway between an Aperol and a Campari kind of thing.
That sounds
some
good
other people. Some people argue with me on that one, but I think it's a really good one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'll get together you a couple of samples in 100 ml bottles or 50 ml bottles, which is enough to make several, maybe 2 Negronis. So you can try it out.
Depends what you're making, yeah.
And then you can make a comparison video, and you don't have to worry about buying many bottles of stuff.
Oh, okay. So I made my old fashioned with my blood orange and lemon sugar syrup and Nova. Oh, fuck me. This is so good. This is so good.
A couple of those drinks into us and we just might.
Couple of these and I'm anybody's. So couple of these and I'm sleeping on the lounge tonight because I'll snore too much and keep Mrs. Angry awake. So that's okay.
And nobody likes that drunken, lecherous tap on the shoulder halfway through the night as well. So,
yeah, no, I will avoid the old punch in the balls to stay on my side of the bed, and maybe end up with, sleeping on the lounge tonight. But I'm working towards sometime in April. I'm getting a sleep study done where I go into this private hospital and they attach a bunch of electrodes to my head and tell me the bleeding obvious and say, you've got sleep apnea and you should probably use a CPAP machine to stop fucking annoying your partner and snoring all night. But I think I'll be impressed. I've gotten on to I'm dieting at the moment. I'm doing the meal replacement stuff. and like lost 2 kilos in the first week. So I'm thinking, if I don't even talk to the doctor for another month, I will have lost a bit of weight, and he can be impressed, which would be nice. So yeah. The guidelines with the meal replacement stuff say don't drink alcohol, and I'm like, yeah, mind your own fucking business. But I've stopped doing snacks, because the great thing is the degree to which you can be in denial. You go like, I'm just having a little bit of a snack, and you do that 10 times a day. It's like, no. So I haven't been snacking, and I've been replacing 2 or 3 meals a day with low calorie things. And so I think I won't be seeing the doctor for about a month, and I will have lost a decent amount of weight by then, and it'll be good. Oh, Stella, you're doing light and easy. Sorry. And also, I didn't know you were there, Stella. Fabulous woman. Thank you. I have previously on light and easy you can see the cycles with me. I've lost 25 kilograms twice with light and easy. And then I stopped eating light and easy and just fucking pigged out, and over a period of a year or two put it all back on. But now, because I am a gentleman of a certain age where putting on too much weight could be a very severe health issue for me, I'm this time doing the meal replacement. I'm going to try and be good. But you all will get to see in the next 3 to 6 months how that goes, because that's the normal weight loss period. And because, okay, this is the weird thing of being on YouTube. Because I've been on YouTube like 14 to 15 years now. My weight on YouTube has probably varied by 20 to 30 kilos. So you can look at me at different periods on YouTube and see me at very different weights. So yikes. That's what comes from doing stuff in the public eye. Stella's saying the first time she did light and easy didn't lose any weight, but been stress eating. It's a pretty simple equation. If you do light and easy and don't cheat, you will lose weight. But if you're like me and cheat, then that's a more complicated thing. But I've done various things with various members of the household. Like, my excuse for the last couple of years is I was making meals for my offspring, and I was eating that, which was really unhealthy and whatnot. But I said to both of them, like, hey, I need your support. I need to stop being involved in your meals and just do this meal replacement stuff. And you need to look after yourself because I need to lose this weight. Are you okay with that? And they both went, yeah, sure. Cool. So I've been sticking to this for a week or two now, and I'm seeing the results already. So I feel good. So I think you're going to see some changes in the next couple of months.
Cool.
So we'll see. Zafa can't live without bread. Dude, I get to do cheat meals. Like, I can, some days I'll do 3 meal replacements. Some days I'll do 2. Some days I'll only do 1. Like the other day I went, okay, there's a little bit of bacon left in the fridge and no one's eating it. So I'm going to have a bacon sandwich for breakfast, and then I'll do real meal replacements. I came to dinner and my daughter went, hey, it's our takeout night. Are you getting takeout with me? And I went, yep. Okay, so I only did 1 meal replacement today. I did bacon sandwich, and then I did meal replacement, and then I did Asian food. I did fried chicken katsu curry with rice, which was super fucking nice. But
you're making me hungry, angry, for God's sakes.
I know, it's like midnight. We shouldn't talk about food, should we?
You know what though? I have actually got leftover moussaka in the fridge from my dinner
Oof.
last night. So I think I will bid you lovely people adieu and go reheat myself some moussaka. And
microwave some moussaka.
hey,
I
moussaka is one of those dishes. Reheated, it's even better than when it's fresh made.
Moussaka fucking rules, man. It's a great meal.
But yeah, so I bid you all adieu. Love you all.
Good night. Live long and prosper.
No.
And you too, Abigail.
So, speaking of Star Trek and TV shows, Abigail, have you seen? I don't know if you've seen this one. One of the Rick and Morty creators has a new animated series called Solar Opposites. Have you seen that?
No, Googling it right now.
It's funny. Legally on Australia, it's on Prime, Amazon Prime, but it's basically loser aliens are trying to take over Earth. And I realized the other day, it's kind of like an updated Invader Zim.
Like as soon as you said loser aliens trying to invade Earth, immediately, isn't that just Invader Zim?
Yep,
But,
I only realized that the other day.
Yeah. I'm gonna have a look.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's one of the Rick and Morty creators, and the voices are done by a bunch of the voice actors from Rick and Morty, which is really noticeable.
Cool.
But it has a different vibe to Rick and Morty, and it's pretty good fun. There were 3 episodes. That's one of those ones that they're releasing an episode a week rather than a whole season.
Sure.
There are 3 episodes. I think another episode is probably available tomorrow. But I found it big fun. L3 is a Red Dwarf fan. Yes.
Red Dwarf is good.
Classic.
Yeah.
Red Dwarf is classic. But I keep trying to find new shows to watch, and no, it's not on legal. Sorry, legally, it's not on Prime. It's on Disney. It's on Disney Plus. Disney Plus in Australia just added another channel they call Star, and it has a whole bunch of stuff.
Oh, okay.
That includes this Solar Opposites. But it's good fun. Like it's one of those ones. It's stupid as fuck. So it's like it's one of those ones where let's just extract my brain for a while and throw that in a bin and just enjoy this really stupid humor for half an hour. It's good fun. But oh my god. So an old fashioned with Nova, which is all gone now, and my blood orange and lemon oleosaccharum is real yum. So it was Nova, sugar syrup, and bitters, and it was fucking great. But I think I will rather than replacing this with Nova, I'll replace it with Fortis, because Fortis was really yummy.
I'm almost out of Nova. I think I've got like 1 or 2 drinks left. Which is sad because it was really good, and I don't know when I can afford my next one, but I'm gonna have a drink of it now because why not?
Sorry, I just for laugh, like Kirsten, you told me this before, because all the Australian spirit sites have a thing. Are you of legal age? Yes, no. And I always say yes. And if you say no, it'll do something else. Star Wars sends you to ABC Kids if you say no.
Classic ones are Disney.com or Nickelodeon.
So that's pretty funny.
ABC Kids. I'm pretty sure most of the distilleries just send you to ABC Kids.
Yeah.
Whoever clicks on no, like
I do it just for fun to see what they say.
I only have 1.5 bottles of
Jeez.
Nova left, which is very sad.
Only 1.5.
Oh, 1.5. Oh, slumming it.
They've still got some of that.
How do you live?
They've still got some of that
Well-
limited editions mesquite smoked malt. Have you heard anything about the limited editions, Kirsten?
Yes, I know all about them.
Worth getting.
Cherrywood
over?
was better than Mesquite.
And even just on paper, it sounded better than mesquite. Yes.
Look,
But it was
it's
only
fine.
300 bottles and it sold out in a couple of hours.
Just spend your money on Fortis or something. Get
Yeah.
another bottle of Nova. It's fine, but it's for the fanboys. It's not for
Yeah.
the standard
Yeah.
drinkers.
I think I'll get Fortis because I had some Fortis and it was really good. And Nova is really good. But they're about the same price. So I think I might get Fortis to mix it up a bit.
Buy Nova when it's on special at Dan's.
Yeah. I have to, and I do that once or twice a week. I go into Dan Murphy's and put Starward in the search and see have they put a search in, because there was that one time they seem to have accidentally discounted Starward by too much.
So they did it accidentally once and they've done it again.
Because when I got this bottle of Nova which is now sadly empty, it was like $25 off. So damn.
So that Dan special was better than staff price.
Oh,
It was better.
incidentally, yep. I got a notice. You remember we were talking about I ordered this stuff off a UK liquor site, and the whole thing about is it going to get caught by customs? Of course it did.
Yeah.
And earlier tonight I just said, okay, I'll pay the extra tax, but that only brings it up to equivalent with like Dan Murphy's prices. And I actually bought 2 things that I can't get in Australia. So it's like, even though it's not the huge bargain it seemed like at first, even with the tax, it's like it's about the same. And at least I get a couple of things I can't get from local distributors. So, hopefully
It's worth it.
hopefully early next week I'm going to get another booze delivery. Today I got the awesome booze delivery from Applewood Distillery. But hopefully early next week I'll get the other one that has a couple of things I can't actually get in Australia. But
was your Applewood Distillery like smooth? Because my Applewood Distillery did not go well, and Kerry and Amanda were like delightful.
Yep,
fixing it up.
I have. Okay, so since COVID started, I've done 3 big orders through Applewood. The first one did not go smoothly; took ages to get here, but they were super good when I messaged them and said, "Hey, what the fuck? I haven't got this yet. What's happening?" And they were really good, and I still got it. The second time and this time, super fast, no flaws. Like I literally only ordered the Applewood stuff earlier this week. Like literally during one of the live streams, I went, I think I'd had 1 or 2 drinks, and I'm like, I should order some Applewood. I want some Applewood, and it arrived today. So
that's pretty good.
Today I got a replacement Okar Gold, a Mando, a Tropic, and a Macadamia Gin that only took like 2 or maybe 3 days to arrive. It's pretty fucking amazing. So yeah, of the 3 times I've done Applewood orders, 1 was problematic and 2 were really easy. But even the problematic one, I just messaged them and went, I understand the whole COVID bullshit, but this hasn't been lost, has it? And they were like, oh, okay, no. And it's cool, you'll get it. And I got it. So, and they're such nice people. Like I put a review on their website that says these people are cool. And then they just messaged me and said, oh, if you get to Adelaide, tell us, come and see us, and we're going to look after you if you come in. And I'm like,
1,000%.
Yeah,
1,000%. They're so nice. I've spoken to Laura Carter, who's the head distiller, CEO, Henry's boss.
Yeah.
She's even her husband's boss. Anyway, I've spoken to her one-on-one, and I was just like, you are a phenomenal woman. Because she's just so clear-headed and focused and all of the things. And she's super young. She hasn't even turned 30 yet.
Yeah.
But
I think she's the one
phenomenal.
who Yeah.
She's so nice. And they'd be like, oh, I watch Henry's, you go in and you'll be like, oh, I watch Henry's live streams and I enjoy your things and here's my cocktail channel. And they will take care of you. But any distillery, show the vaguest amount of interest in their stuff and they will lose their minds and give you the VIP treatment.
Yeah, so because I posted one of the videos I posted this week on my cocktail channel. I was using the Patient Wolf Summertime, and I really talked it up and said these people are awesome. And Blake actually commented on the YouTube. He commented on both Facebook and YouTube and said, awesome. And I'm like, yeah, boy, I'm coming into we're going to do a video one day in the distillery. Yeah.
So if you think Blake's nice, wait until you meet Matt and Dave, who are the founders of Patient Wolf. They're just such guys. They're such dudes, and we adore them so much.
Yeah.
I'm really genuinely sad that I'm not walking distance from their distillery anymore.
Yeah, well, as soon as because Mrs. Angry really likes the cherry slow gin from Anther, which we got on a holiday, and it's 75% gone. Soon as that's gone, just going back to Patient Wolf to get their version of slow gin, which was super nice. And
2021 Anther cherry gin is coming out in April.
Nice. That was such fun. It was so funny when Mrs. Angry, we were having our weekend away and we stopped in Anther and we basically Kirsten sent us, and they were just like, oh, it's cool. And they were so cool. And they were talking about how they do the cherry gin. They just get people in and they've got huge amounts of cherries and everyone pits cherries and crushes them and puts them into still. They were such fun people.
So when I was in Melbourne, we went down to Geelong to see them. So we went really early.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, yes, my friend, he was in town. He came in and he really enjoyed the cherry gin. And he told me, oh, yes, I said that I knew you, and everybody was excited. And then I was like, hey, Gabs, doesn't matter who says that they referred you, their friend, to come here. You guys will react the same. Anyway, then I showed them a picture of you, and they were like, yes, no, we remember him. I was like, yeah, this is Angry. He's got a cocktail channel. You should follow him.
They were so much fun. And it's
so
just
good.
Also the coolest thing. The head distiller, she's a molecular biologist. It's just fucking people take their science degrees and go, I think I'll make alcohol with my science degree.
It's better than making meth.
I got to show someone around the distillery this week, and I guess I've been around it so many times that I'm less aware of how phenomenal it is. And this poor guy, he's there's a point on the floor. We could probably mark an X on it, and it's the point where everybody realizes how big it all is. And he was just like big wide eyes, oh my God. And I sort of kind of stopped to look at it, and I turned around to look at the sky. I was like, oh yeah, no, it's enormous. Like, I get it. It's huge.
Those pictures
I work in a booze
shared
making factory.
Those pictures you shared with me, those huge fucking steel. I was like, oh my God. Because again, that's the fun thing about distilling. Stills are just they're like steampunk props, but they're real. They do a real thing, and it's just so cool. They're like a Doctor Who set, but they make booze. I fucking love it.
It's really funny because I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I work in a booze making factory that's designed to make huge amounts of alcohol.
Yeah. And it's a combination of commerce, getting shit-faced, and artistry. And it's fucking great. It's such a good combination. I love it.
I keep saying whiskey making is 2/3 science and 1/3 black magic. And that's the best description I can give it. Because to be honest, once you put new make into a barrel, it's all black magic.
Yeah, it really is.
You can guess what's going to happen, but like you might be wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah,
and
2/3 science, 1/3 black magic.
Yep. And that was even like 2 years ago, Mrs. Angry and I had the weekend away out past Geelong, and there was the distillery, the Whiskery, where they were building up to making their first whiskey, and they said it'll be ready in 6 months. And then we went there 2 years later, and the whiskey still hadn't been released. And we said, I don't want to jinx anything, but why haven't you released the whiskey? And they just went, oh, it just wasn't right. We just tasted it, and it's like not quite right. And it's going to be our first whiskey, so we want to make really sure it's right. And we're like, oh, okay, cool. It's like, and like I say, it's magic.
That's it. And Russ is so like incredibly well known and like well respected in the distilling scene. And his offsider, whose name is something generic like David or Jason. So Russ is the old bloke with the enormous handlebar moustache.
The Whiskery, which is what the whole distillery is named after.
Exactly. He's the Whiskery. Now it's going to bother me. What is his name? It is generic TM, like generic whiteboard name.
Yeah. But the person, because we did a tasting when we were there, and like you were a bit disparaging of the dude who did the tour at fucking Starwood.
But yeah, because he's a dickhead.
He was not very enthusiastic.
He was not great.
Correct.
He was not great.
That's his brand. He's a dickhead.
Yeah. The young lad who gave us the details at the Whiskery, he was great. And Mrs. Angry was funny because she really wanted to know, why hasn't your whiskey been released yet? And I was like, I'm too scared to ask in case something horrible has happened. But she just asked, and the dude said, oh no, it's no big deal. It's just we tasted it and it wasn't right. And all the whiskey nerds, our first whiskey, all the whiskey nerds are going to be super into it. So it's not coming out till it's ready. So he was thinking it might be out by May. And it's like, well, cool. I'm not, because it's kind of like Applewood's first whiskey cost $800 or something, and it sold out in a fucking day.
It was only $500 for 500 mils, so it was $1 a mil.
Only. But it sold out in a day, and it was like, so it's like cool.
Batch 1 Archie Rose sold out in less than 2 hours, and there were like 1,800 bottles released.
Yeah.
So it's not outrageous that they'll hold on to it. It also depends on whether or not they're going to marry a bunch of casks to make a big release, or they're going to keep it small.
Yeah. So it's kind of like you were mentioning the other night about how expensive Tasmanian whiskies are. Fucking Lark keeps showing up on ads on Facebook for me, and every now and then, for a laugh, I'll click on it and go, "What a Lark doing?" And it's like $1,000 a bottle for a fucking whiskey, and it's like, Jesus, okay, sure.
They do have $129 bottle. It's
sure
200 mils.
Yeah, 200 mils. Fucking hell, Jesus.
But so had a good giggle.
Yeah.
A couple of the distillers were being, go with, a bit rude. They were like, all the whiskey nerds in Australia are just simp for Sullies. So, simps for Sullivan's Cove.
Yeah.
And I was like, you have never been more accurate in your life.
Oh, God. This is one of the things
But also,
I feel like we should...
ain't nobody got money for Sullivan's Cove regular. Like, those are not for drinking. They're for looking at.
Yeah.
And I just have no time to buy whiskeys for looking at.
Yeah. I feel like we should do a podcast at some point, just like being absolutely merciless and shitting on stuff like that. Oh, God, the fucking stove is buzzing at me. Jesus Christ.
Fuck you, stove.
Fucking stove.
And I feel like none of you guys can hear it. But
we really can't.
Oh, it just bugs the shit out of me. It just starts buzzing. Look, it's so annoying. Point Mrs. Angry and I got the stage where we were literally pouring water into the timer area of the stove, hoping to short circuit it and just fucking kill it so it wouldn't do it anymore. And it didn't work. So, you know, it's bad when we're literally just trying to sabotage the material. But Jesus. Can we somehow tie in, because Abigail, we've kind of jokingly, kind of seriously talked about a podcast called Speaking of Star Trek, and Kirsten got one where we just want to shit on the booze. Can we somehow amalgamate into a single podcast where we just randomly do nerd stuff and booze stuff?
That'd be so awesome.
Really,
I'm technically not allowed to disparage other people in public.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, that's complicated because you're working the thing. Yeah.
I, on the other hand, am freely able to disparage anyone I want. And do so regularly.
Yeah.
Sorry, Heine?
Yeah. Why can't you bag out on other people? Is it because you're part of the public service? Or can't say?
Oh, because I work for a distillery, so it would be a bad call.
It would be bad PR to shit on other distilleries. So it's because there's
a couple that 100% deserve it though. Just FYI.
Those who will remain unnamed.
Those who shall be unnamed. But,
we can just talk about whiskey nerds being simps though, because they really are.
Yeah. Oof, I just made another old-fashioned with twofold, and I probably need to slow down. What is it? Oh, it's only just after midnight, and I'm fucking assholed on cocktails. That's a fairly typical Friday night, I suppose.
10 beers a night, and I don't have much tolerance.
What are you drinking, Heine?
Carlton Draft. But I don't have much tolerance to alcohol, and I'm on my third one, so I'm pretty much feeling it right now.
That's okay.
Yeah.
This is my 5th cocktail of the night, so I'm really feeling it.
And you make them pretty strong too.
Oh, babies.
You're just saying that because I got you drunk, Abigail.
Oh, I got very drunk that night.
I had
New
an
Year's
RTD
Eve.
at my
New
desk.
Year's Eve.
I had straight distiller strength, a Negroni.
Oof.
I think I had a second Negroni. I had
Yeah.
another RTD. Then we went to the
Yeah.
bar. I had 2 martinis
Ooh.
and an espresso martini. And I came home and drank like half of a balloon worth of straight Navy strength gin. So
I'm gonna be honest. After I finish this old fashioned, you've put thought in my head. I'm probably going to make a martini with the overproof Archie Rose. So
distiller strength martinis are so good. So good.
oh my god, the one I went through relatively fast was the Brogan's Way Southern Strength. Whew, that made such good drinks.
Yeah, Brogan is. If you ever get the opportunity to talk to Brogan herself, she's phenomenal. Like she's really interesting, but she's wretchedly shy. Like wretchedly shy.
Because the Brogan's Way Distillery and Bar is not that far from where Abigail lives. So that's something
she's very rarely there. She's there on like public days. Sometimes, but not always. But her dad is really cool. What's his name? I always just call it Father Brogan. But yeah, fair. Mr. Carr also works really well.
Yeah.
But yeah, Brogan herself, like she has a master's in distillation.
Yeah.
And Brogan's Way, particularly Hearts of Fire and Royal Blood, were her master's projects. So, like, the whole story is just really beautiful.
Yeah. I love how many of the Australian distillers are, as you say, people with master's degree or molecular biologists, people who are using their science degrees to go, I am going to make the best fucking booze ever.
And then you get people like Damo from Tiny Bear, who's like, I'm a chemistry teacher and I can't be bothered teaching teenagers anymore because they're gross. I'm going to make alcohol. And I was like, well, at least it's not meth. He's like, look, meth was an option.
Yeah. There was meth and there was gin. And he went with gin. So it's like, cool. Okay, cool.
But yeah.
I do love the Tiny Bear stuff. They make great fucking gin.
I just bought myself some more Tiny Bear.
Yeah.
Husband brought it up from Melbourne because I couldn't fit it in my bags coming back myself. But yeah.
I finished my first sample pack. I've still got my second sample pack, which was the summer series, which is Christmas pudding gin, ginger gin, and the summer gin. I've still got a bit of each of those. But the first sample pack I got, that's all gone. Tiny Bear make such good gin. It's fucking great.
They're also super fun. Like they're a good distillery to go to for like a little bit of education, a little bit of ridiculousness. Like they're really good at that. They do a really good job of that.
But yeah, they seem to have fun with the stuff they make.
Yep, 100%.
Because
and if you're ever,
sorry, you go.
If you're ever on the Great Ocean Road, you've got to go into the Aries Inlet to tasting room of Great Ocean Road gin. They're really good.
Oh,
I'm literally just looking at my gin collection and what can I recommend you?
Yeah.
So and you've got to do the like northeast Victoria round, or northwest Victoria, wherever it is, Bilsons, Hurdle Creek, Kairoa, if you want to cross the border.
Might do that in winter.
Backwoods and Yak Creek Distillery in Yakandanda. Like, there's a whole loop.
Still open. Starwood are doing a special thing on Sunday because it's a long weekend. They're doing a food and whiskey pairing on Sunday. Someone does like Spanish barbecue or whatnot, but the only thing that gives me pause is they don't say what the actual menu is. They go, "Oh, we do meat and vegetarian and vegan." And it's like, can you please tell me what the actual menu options are? Because I want to be sure. But they're doing
especially if you're going to go all the way there. It's quite far from you, isn't it?
It's a couple suburbs away. So I'd have to use either, if Mrs. Angry and I were going and really getting into it, we'd either have to use public transport or a taxi or Uber or whatever to get there from home. But it sounds interesting. Who else was doing something this weekend? I think, it was Brogan's Way. We were talking about Brogan's Way. They did a thing because the stuff that comes out of their distillation, the vegetable mash they give back to a pig farmer that feeds to their pigs. They're doing a thing that is our gin and cocktails and the pork that comes from the farmers that we give the stuff that feeds their pigs to. So the pigs are being fed on the byproduct of booze. So come to a special event where we have our booze and pork food products that are based on pigs being fed on the byproducts from our booze, which is pretty cool. It's kind of cool, honestly. And I got an email from them today that said, yeah, that sold out in 6 hours after we mentioned we were doing it. So stay tuned for later in the year where we're going to have other food events that match gin with food. And it's like, cool. Dude, I'm so fucking drunk at the moment. What is it? It's only 12:30 a.m. How are you all doing? Kirsten, Abigail, Heine?
I'm okay. I'm just tired.
Yeah.
And I'm a bit bummed. I'm a bit bummed that I upset Nettie so much.
Look, honestly, I think Nettie's pretty resilient. She'll come back from it, but she just needs to take a bit of space at the moment, and that's fine.
Yeah.
I think,
but I'm also like really tired. So.
Yeah, because we're honest with each other. We can actually say that because, like, oh, I see what you're saying. I didn't mean that. Sorry, and it's cool. So I think Nettie must have gone to bed at the moment. I'm not sure, but 12.
I'm just finishing. I'm just finishing my popcorn, and then I too am going to bed. So.
Oh shit! Okay, popcorn. Because I keep trying to find cocktail channels on YouTube, and there's this dude. He's super sexy Euro dude. Kevin something. Nah, there's no way at this point because I'm, like 50% fucking arsehole. There's no way I'm going to remember his name. Kevin something, but he posted this video. He did a popcorn infusion with bourbon, and then he did an infusion with Parmesan and bourbon, and he made this fucking cocktail that included a popcorn.
It sounds really gross.
No,
Parmesan
but
and bourbon.
Yeah,
No,
but
no.
apparently, like
Sounds gross.
he did it with a.
He said it was delicious. He was lying to you.
What's that thing where you put the stuff in a plastic bag and heat it up? What's that called?
Sous vide.
Microwave.
Sous vide. Yes, it was a sous vide. The Parmesan.
It sounds like prison wine to me.
Pruno. It was kind of upmarket Pruno. Yeah, there you go. It was Parmesan and bourbon done in a sous vide, and caramel popcorn infused with bourbon, and then he made a Negroni that had Parmesan and bourbon and popcorn and bourbon, and anyway, objectively it sounds like shit, but I thought it sounded kind of good. And he because he's this Euro dude that has the waxed mustache that goes up in a curl. And okay, like I'm not gay, but I'd fuck him. So I'm just saying. He's pretty fucking.
Oh, look, tell the truth. You'd fuck him even if you were gay.
Look, honestly, I think the whole gay straight thing is superfluous. Like, is that dude hot? Yep. Fucking reach around is happening, is what we're saying. So like. We're going to have a cocktail.
I'm so excited about my first Mardi Gras. I'm super, super, super jazzed about my outfit.
Nice.
I have an entirely sequined jumpsuit.
Oh,
That's
fuck. Sorry,
exciting.
I just looked in the chat. Nobody's just popped in and said hello. Dude,
Hi,
I feel
nobody.
like I haven't seen you for a while. I hope you
Hello,
are well.
nobody.
And look, no pressure. But just in case you are in the mood, I'm going to share the link with you.
It sounds like
What?
the stream is coming to a bit of a close because
I
everyone's
think
just so drunk.
Probably. It's fine. I can go and slip into unconsciousness on the lounge in the next room.
Is there something
That's where
different about your?
Sorry, Heine, what was that?
Is there something different about your lighting there? Like, do you have a light in your face now? It's looking almost professional.
Almost professional. That's
Wow.
honestly, that's how I want to go through life. Almost professional.
Almost.
But it's specific. Do you have like a ring light in front of you or something like that? I don't know.
There is a ring light just over there.
A ring light. So yeah, I can tell. It's just like broadcasting from Angry Central, the Angry Aussie Show. It looks.
Nobody is saying he uploaded some more content, dude. Just in case you want to momentarily.
I saw
and
nobody's
say-
content, and I will watch it this weekend.
Yeah. So I haven't fucking. There you go. I made the fucking link go into the chat. Awesome. I am so fucking hammered at the moment. I am absolutely sleeping on the lounge, so I do not wake Mrs. Angry up with my snoring.
Are you an empty nester yet?
Empty net? No, fucking all the kids are fucking staying here. What the fuck are you talking about, Arnie? Millennial kids, they can't fucking afford to go. Seriously, when I was a young'un, I could afford to live in a shared house in inner Sydney on the fucking dole. And I mean, I was in the first suburb out of the CBD. I was in a shared house and I was on the fucking dole and I could afford it. At the moment, I could barely afford to live in the same place on my full-time wage that I oh god, I'm hiccuping so much. Ugh. I'm just saying, where I lived when I was 20 something, I was on the dole. I could barely afford to live in the same place as a fully waged adult now. So I do not judge my offspring for living in my house because the economy is absolutely fucked.
I remember when I first moved out of home, I paid $67 in rent a week. Just rent. That was all.
Yeah. I remember because, okay.
I could comfortably live somewhere, not starve.
Yeah.
And be on student dole, whatever they called it, or study.
Yeah. Because I went from home to going to college, which was still in a country town, and I'm just checking. I think I pay about $900 a week rent at the moment. No, I can't remember my bank. I think I pay about $900 a week in rent at the moment. And yeah, when I was at college, I think it was $50 to $100 a week. But I'm supporting my whole family at the moment. But it's just, I remember this one thing, one quite big terrace house that I was living in, a shared house. The landlord was from fucking Sydney, and these cunts came down at one point with the friends for people in Sydney, and I'm like, this would be so much more expensive. It was in Sydney. It's like, we are in a country town, you pieces of shit. And it's just like, because okay, I'm in a 5-bedroom house at the moment, and I think I pay about $900 a week rent, and that's fine because I have a job, I can afford it. But like my offspring are still living at home. It's like, yeah, okay, finish uni and then go out and strike your life, because honestly, the world is so much more hostile to you than it was to me when I was your age, that I refuse to be judgmental.
We're almost hitting 8 billion people alive in the world today. It's sort of showing we're all a bit squished together, I think.
We are a bit squished together.
It's late stage capitalism that's just fucking us over.
It's evil.
It's insidious.
It's impossible to be ethical in a late stage capitalism. It's just impossible. The whole system.
Late stage capitalism before, like, has it come and disappeared before?
It's like seriously, when I was 20 something, I could live in inner city Sydney in a shared house on the fucking dole. Now, currently, I get paid quite well. It would be difficult for me to manage rent in inner city Sydney as this
even just by yourself.
Yep. It would be really difficult to manage now. Whereas 30 years ago, I could afford it on the fucking dole. And
this
now
is the furthest out that I've ever lived in my life. Like, furthest from the CBD that I've ever lived. Like, I've always lived 1 to 2 suburbs away from the CBD.
What happens after late stage capitalism? Like, what's the new stage that
guillotines?
Guillotines, get rid of
guillotines, or universal basic income, and a more socialist democracy, I think.
Either companies
reading the writing on the wall.
Either companies and billionaires are taxed to provide a universal basic income, or we have a fucking revolution. Those are the two options, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. The revolution will be
nobody known thing. Cost of living in many ways is the highest proportional income as ever. Yeah, no, just fucking surviving in urban areas. It's kind of like when it's less of an issue here than it is in the US, where it's like low income jobs should be enough to survive in the environments in which you are required to work. In Australia, you can kind of get away with it, but in America, they're like, why should we pay McDonald's workers more than $5 an hour? It's like, because you want to be able to buy McDonald's. Those people need to be able to live. The people who deliver the McDonald's to you need to be able to live, you evil motherfuckers. So
I once heard that the McDonald's manager in Karratha, Western Australia, was paid over $200,000 a year.
God damn.
And now the reason that they were paid that much is because the rent in Karratha at that point in time was over $2,000 a week. I used to really enjoy going on realestate.com and just setting like Western Australia as like your location, and then like not putting on a filter and sorting most expensive to cheapest. And there would be like these enormous mega mansions in like Hillary's or Scarborough or like fancy suburbs in Perth. And then like 3 or 4 ads down, it would be a 3-bedroom, 1 bathroom in like bumfuck nowhere, Karratha.
Yeah.
Same price.
Yeah.
I always found that to be amusing. It was a fun game to play.
There was a really classic one in Sydney. Appeared a couple of years ago. It was a studio apartment. It was just one physical space, and the toilet was behind a glass screen, and it was right next to the stove in the kitchen. And it was like, this is fucking insane. It's like you can't.
I remember seeing that.
You can't invite someone back here. If you happen to like pick up somewhere, it's like, yes, you should just take a shit behind the glass door next to my stove while I sit here and watch you take a shit. Like, it wasn't fucking. I don't know what do we call it. Late stage capitalism is a psychotic nightmare. It's just fucking terrible. It's just weird.
And this has happened before. We've gone from being capitalist, then it all falls apart. We go for something else for a while.
I don't know what it is, but it's not sustainable. The idea that an individual human could live in a space where they shit literally right next to the space where they cook, that's not sustainable. That's fucked. That's weird. It's just weird.
Here's a tricky one. Do we need a population change? Like, would it be beneficial if, like, 500 million people die? Are we just
No. Just kill the billionaires. Kill the
eat the rich. Compost the rich.
Yeah,
compost the rich.
Yeah, compost them. Just fucking eat the property speculators. Eat the
hedge fund managers.
Eat the hedge fund managers.
Day traders.
I could come up with a bunch of great barbecue recipes for all these fucking people. It's just billionaires should not exist when their wealth is predicated on exploitation of other people. It's like if you can run an enterprise where the grunt level people have a living wage that lets them pay rent or pay a mortgage and live in the environment in which they work, congratulations, you are an ethical rich person. If your wealth is dependent on other people not being able to live in any meaningful way, you are Satan, and you deserve to be dragged into the public square and hung from the light poles, basically.
Staring at you, Jeff Bezos.
Jeff fucking Bezos. Mark Zuckerberg.
Elon Musk
is in charge of Apple, you know.
Oh yeah,
Cool.
it's not Steve Jobs, of course not. Yeah.
Tim Cook, I guess. What
Is
about
that-
Elon Musk?
Yeah, I
This is a
mentioned
bit of a-
Elon.
Yeah.
He's a fraud. He's like a
He's
con
a-
man.
He's a con man. He's absolutely a con man.
Yeah.
He's a piece of shit.
Fair enough.
As you regularly reference behind the bastards, Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Walking around the emeralds. That's all I'm going to
Yeah.
say.
The behind the bastards exposés of Elon Musk are great. Elon Musk is just a piece of shit. He coasts on other people's work. He's basically
Mhm.
your typical oligarch. He is coasting on the work of other people, and just like fuck the guy. And Elon Musk stands obsessively want to serve him, which is creepy as fuck.
Musk fanboys are a thing.
It's a weird sexual perversion. Actually, it's not that weird. Being a sub, yeah, no, being a sub is not that weird. It's just that Musk fanboys want Daddy Elon to put them in handcuffs and spank them. That's what they're looking for.
Fair enough. I haven't run into that yet.
Oh my god, Musk fanboys are so fucking sad.
Okay.
And the Musk fanboys have a weird daddy thing going on, because it's
according to them, he can do no wrong. Which is,
and he regularly does wrong. He regularly does.
His one-way mission to Mars thing was very weird. I kept right away from that one because it was going to be people were going to basically commit suicide just to live on Mars for a few months.
Oof. And he went for indentured servitude as a marvelous new breakthrough. It's like, hey, you might not be able to afford to pay the ticket price to Mars, but you could volunteer to be a fucking slave for the rich people on Mars and work off your ticket price. And it's like, how the fuck?
That's like that is like straight out of the history books, indentured servitude. That's
yeah.
That's bad.
He's South African. How do you think he came up with it?
Yeah.
Well, that's where he got all his money from.
His family had an apartheid emerald mine. So it's like
that's where all the money came from, was it? Not from Tesla.
No.
Not Tesla.
Tesla hasn't even broken even yet.
His
hasn't
original
even broken even.
His family money came from apartheid mining, and then he invested in PayPal when he was living in South Africa, and that paid off big time. And the payoff from the PayPal investment went into SpaceX and Tesla. But it all comes back to his family making a massive amount of money from apartheid emerald mines, essentially. So,
So he was super weird in high school, and he
Yeah.
would pay his friends in emeralds
yeah,
that he would just take out of his pockets
yeah,
Wow.
because he was really weird. I don't think he's stopped being weird.
it's weird.
But yeah.
Yeah.
But I also think that he had like that thing where his father was super South African and distant, and thus he had a need to prove himself and blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
Yeah, sure.
yeah.
So he ruins people's lives. Also, he's super anti-yellow. So yellow being the danger color that most like safety warnings are made in. And he refuses to let any line marking or like safety be like posted up around the Tesla
That's
factory in yellow.
Just weird. Like,
He's a
No,
weird
that's just
dude.
America.
that is. Is it?
Yeah. So you'll notice that a lot of so in Australia, it's super uncommon not to be in high vis in any sort of work situation where you're manufacturing or producing anything.
Mhm.
Whereas if you watch like mega factories, which is my kind of like guilty pleasure, mega
Yeah.
factories, the Americans, they'll be wearing hard hats, but no high vis, no gloves, no steel cap boots. They're in like sneakers, but they put a hard hat on,
Wow.
even though there's absolutely no chance of anything falling on their head because they're making cookies or whatever it is. But they're just in like street clothes, which doesn't make any sense to me because
That is,
really you should
yeah.
be in steel caps and high vis and a hairnet.
Well,
You're making cookies.
unions aren't as strong in the US. And a
Unions
lot
are-
of the safety regulations here are because of unions. Each one of the each safety regulation, each law is paid for in blood. Someone died,
yeah.
or a lot of
100%.
people died,
100%.
and those laws were
100%.
made. But in the US,
Absolutely.
they're so anti-socialist, anything that might be communist, unions included, are frowned upon. And
The really
they've suffered
powerful
blow
union,
by blow.
the only super powerful union in the US is the police union.
It's the dock workers union, isn't it?
No,
Or the police union. Oh, yeah.
fucking
Oh,
scary.
fuck
Hollywood as well, so I don't know. Yeah.
Look, there are unions in the US and
Of course,
very
yeah.
similar to here, but yeah, they're more political than safety focused. And
Yeah, and a lot of the laws are anti-union.
yes, but
Because
so are a lot
Republicans,
of us.
yeah.
Well, yeah, and that's the other thing, right? So in Amazon and in Tesla, they're allowed to make rules in their factories that are anti-union because they don't want their workers to unionize. Because without ununionized workers, Tesla and Amazon don't function, which I think is garbage. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of unions because they get in the way of me doing my job. Usually the stevedore union, so the dock workers union in Australia, ruins my life regularly, which is fine. But I also am sympathetic to them because they're not going out in the morning being like, how can I ruin Kirsten's day? Because they're not. They literally do not ever think about me. They're thinking about their collective good and making sure that conditions for their members and anybody who isn't a member. That's the great thing about unions, I think. especially in Australia, is that it's members and everybody else. So yeah. While it's inconvenient for me, I'm still totally okay with them. Just FYI, the one of the Sydney docs, like births, went on strike for 3 weeks, and so that meant that a third of the port was unusable because you couldn't get anyone to unload your ship, which was inconvenient for me. But that's fine. I'm cool with it. It's fine.
Yeah. Oh, incidentally, Kirsten, not union, but tax department. Remember, we were talking about me buying stuff from a UK booze from a UK website and waiting for the Australian excise to be added. That happened as predicted. As like, because I bought quite a bit from the site. It's like $130, which actually just makes it equivalent to having bought it locally, essentially. So I'm not that upset. So hopefully I'll have some interesting new booze earlier next week.
What are the things that you can't buy in Australia?
I have to bow out.
So do I.
Go.
I am
really falling asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's time to chatting to you all. Good to see you people. Always appreciate modern
Live long and prosper.
All right. See you all. I've got date night. I've got date night for Saturday night, but I'll probably not on Sunday night. Oh God!
Monday's a public holiday,
so I might get fucking arsehole on Sunday night too. Who knows?
Good night, everyone.
Enjoy the couch, Mr. Angry.
Good night. Yeah, I'm sleeping on the couch. Good night, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.